Pretty eyes.
I know you wanna see a face tonight, but you gotta get paid tonight. Ain't a hater that you dim a light. Glisten sky, run those lights. You know you wanna watch pretty eyes see, but you gotta come correctly. Ain't nothing slide for free. Her show is VIP.
Pull your way, pretty eyes. Pull your way, pretty eyes. Pull your way, pretty eyes. Pull your way. Put your eyes on me. Put your eyes on me. Put your eyes on me. Yeah.
Hello. Hey everybody. What's up? Hey, how are ya? How are ya? Lordy. Oh Lordy, he says. Okay, well, yeah, let's check this out. What was what? Oi, oi, oi. Let's check this out. Day three. Day three coming at ya. Yeah. So let's do this. Main. Let's see what kind of evidence they're gonna tell me today. I don't know what they're crying about. Crack, crack, crack. Let me see. I gotta find. I need to hear. What? Audio.
All rise for the jury.
I'm not hearing it. Hold on. What is going on here?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated in the courtroom. When we recessed, the witness had been passed for cross-examination, so I'll ask the defense to proceed, please.
Hello? I still don't hear nothing. Oh my goodness.
Just last time we
What is
left,
going on? Let me go.
the day before yesterday, the jury was now they're back today, and so I kind of want to go through a few things. I think the first thing I want to talk about though is just when you weren't there when we picked the jury. We had witnesses that, like you, have gone through trauma, have gone through tragedy, and so I just want you to know that we've asked them if we could do that, and every one of them there has agreed that we
I
could.
object to being outside the record, not proper for this witness to respond to.
Well, it's just that I'm about to go into some difficult stuff.
Okay, well, go ahead and ask a question, then I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Hale, you.
Okay, we good to go? Okay, we ready for the jury? I'm gonna bring them in. Let's go ahead. Yeah, I'd like to get the jury in sometime this morning. So what do we have? Come on up. All rise for the jury. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated in the courtroom. When we recessed, the witness had been passed for cross-examination, so I'll ask the defense to proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Hale, last time we left, the day before yesterday, the jury left the room, and then now they're back today, and so I kind of want to go through a few things. I think the first thing I want to talk about, though, is just you weren't there when we picked the jury, but we asked them if they gave us permission to ask tough questions of witnesses that are like you, have gone through trauma, have gone through tragedy. And so I just want you to know that we've asked them if we could do that, and every one of them there has agreed that we could.
Object to being outside the record, not proper for this witness to respond to.
Well, it's just that I'm about to go into some difficult stuff.
Okay, well, go ahead and ask the question, then I'll rule the objection. Go ahead, proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Hale, you and I have gone through that statement that you made to the ranger, and we talked about that, and I played it for you the last time that we were here together.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play the statement that.
All right, you never know.
And Ms. Hale, just to center it, this was a statement that was taken 4 days later when you were being interviewed by the ranger about your experience. It happened that day at Robb Elementary. Is that right?
Yes.
.58 p.m. on Saturday, May 28, 2022. This is Texas Ranger Josh Wilkinson. I'm here with Special Agent of the FBI, Sean Curtis, and we're here today interviewing Ms. Correct your now. Zip. I'm sorry.
Now
Zip.
Hill.
Hell, it's now hell or it was hell?
No, it's not Hill.
Now hell. Okay, so Mrs. Hell. And so what I'll do, ma'am, and your first name is Stephanie, correct?
Yes.
And it's Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. Hell. And your date of birth, ma'am?
5693.
No, you're fine. You're fine. All right. And what's a good contact number for you, ma'am?
830-688-6855.
6. All right. All right. So after that, we kind of walk us through from start to finish what you were.
From the 4th grade building at the library. Before that, I was in the room, I think it was, since she's retiring. So I was a little late picking up my kids, but the librarian had outside because I'm usually very early. So I walked out around, I'm gonna say 11:26 or 27.
Okay.
We headed to the playground, with playground B is what we call it. As we were walking over there, I heard a loud boom, what sounded like a dumpster truck picking up trash. And so I get there very early, so I know that they do that in the morning. And I thought that was strange. Looked around, didn't see anything. We get to the playground, and I had just gotten to the little bench where I watch my students, and I heard two, it sounded like fireworks. And I again looked around. I was like, that's weird. There was a coach leaving to, I guess, have lunch, and I saw him turn around as well. And he has the campus radios, and I guess he heard something over the radio because I saw him pick it up, and then he just started running towards the gate. At that time, I knew something was wrong, so I told my students, like, run, let's go, let's go. We were pretty far from our classroom, so we went into a second grade classroom where I was in there Ms. Wally ended up in there, and I don't know the other teacher's name off the top of my head since we just integrated campuses. But we were in the first room on wing D, closest to the
Where'd
playground.
Is that room
the noise
9?
go?
No.
Okay.
Do I have them?
Yeah, that's fine.
Whoa.
We were in Ms. Rodriguez's room, so room 19.
19. Okay.
That's where we ended up the alert through Raptor system until I was already in the classroom.
Am I tripping?
Okay.
So if I would have waited until we got a Raptor
Can
system
you hear
alert,
it?
we would have been outside like the whole, pretty much for a while. So we were in the classroom and I got a text message saying that, because my husband works with a
I don't know, man. They're showing the freaking.
he has a radio. So
They're
he said,
talking, but I don't see
don't go
the
outside, there's
thing.
something serious happening. But he wouldn't tell me what. And then a few minutes later, he said, there's a active shooter. Don't go outside, don't open the door to anybody, those sort of things.
And so you learned of the active shooter situation from your husband?
In the
Okay.
deep.
And what's his name?
Tristan Hill. We held up behind a car. These course students, they were all carrying their scissors too.
Be perfect. It's just approximation.
We were pretty far from our
Yeah, I don't
classroom,
know.
so we went into a second grade classroom where I was in there.
The dish that you were talking about was.
I can't hear it.
They get to you through a window,
Through a door.
through the front.
This is gonna piss me off, StreamYard. Hey, StreamYard. Quit fucking with my sound. My mic should be this. This should be. Hello. Shut up. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, anyways, but yes, totally, I totally get that one because you know that it's a dangerous job. If you couldn't do the job, then you shouldn't be in it. That's the way I look at it. Like, no, just because you got fucking ovaries does not mean that you should not be running in. You're supposed to run to the gunfire. Run to the threat. You know. But if you can't do that, then you shouldn't be in law enforcement. You shouldn't be in that type of job. You know what I mean? Okay, let's retry this again.
Other classroom.
Okay.
Why can't I hear it?
How they entered?
We opened it.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, gotcha.
After
Am I
they said
tripping?
Border Patrol and Ms. Wally looked through the.
I cannot hear it. Why can I not hear
it? Just because we were hearing, because I'm in a large group text with people from Uvalde saying that they were starting to evacuate kids. And so we just checked, I guess. We were not supposed to, but after you identified it.
Yeah, check to make sure.
Oh, for fuck's
Do
sake.
you have any others?
No, that was number two.
I'm glad you brought that up. Regarding the locked doors, are you able to lock them from the inside of the classroom so they have to be locked from the outside?
No,
Okay.
you can only lock it with a key.
Okay. Is there a reason why they have it structured that way? They don't know it's just how it is?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Okay.
In the old school, so.
Yeah.
No, you cannot lock it from the inside.
Okay. All right. Anything else you can think of based on any of those, the follow-up questions you just had and that one that I just asked you?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. All right. Would you be okay if something comes up in the future, we learn something additional, if we reach out to you and follow up? Perfect. Well, I appreciate your time, Davis. So, and we'll let you get out of here. We'll get your property real quick and let you get out of here. We'll conclude the interview at this time. You got anything else? At 1:15 p.m. on Saturday, May 28th, 2022.
Yes.
facts. Like, come on. Like, don't do the job if you know you can't do it. Like, just plain and simple. Like, I don't care, men, women, I don't give a fuck. If you got a plan,
Move this diesel to make it lunch.
Stacy, my boo.
Ms. Hale, as just to kind of go back to what we were talking about the day before yesterday.
Good to see you too, Stacy, on my motherfucking soul.
When Mr. Turner was here and he was questioning you, part of the things that you told the jury was that you saw a person dressed in black with long hair and a long rifle when you were out from the playground going into the room. Is that right?
I appreciate it. Now you'll have something to watch while you're at work. How is he going to work through this? What are we writing down?
You also said that this person,
Hi, Vibrant.
Mr. Turner showed you this map.
Stopping through.
He said that this person that you saw was on the south side area, I guess on the sidewalk next to the south entrance.
Closer to the parking lot.
Closer to here.
Mhm.
Okay. And
Oh, I'm sorry, Stacy. That sucks.
but
That
I guess you would
sucks.
agree that he was the person that you saw. You told Mr. Turner he
Hope
was
it goes
on the
by
south
fast, though.
I'm sorry.
side, on that south side.
Yes, and I was pointing with the pointer.
Right. And just so I
This
can be
is
clear,
too
this
fucking
is the
big
south
for
side
my
here, and you're
fucking
pointing
head.
at this area.
It's like falling off.
And you also told Mr. Turner that when you were on the playground, there was like dust that was kicking up, that you put two and two together and realized you were being shot at.
Correct.
Okay. And then
Huh?
I think Mr. Turner at that point said,
Dust?
so if anybody
What the
were to
fuck?
say that there was no evidence that you were being shot at or the kids were, the shots were coming in your direction on the playground, they would be wrong, and you agreed with him on that. You remember that? Actually, I objected.
I
to
do
leaving.
remember answering yes, but that's not my job to prove it.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
Whoa.
And really what I'm doing is
Whoa.
I need to go back through what we talked about before we talked about your statement to the Ranger.
Whoa. She's getting snippy. And that was a shot to the DA. That was a shot to the DA. Well, it's not my job to investigate if it happened or not. That's not my job. Little shot to the DA. So, in other words, lady, and in a traumatic time, you wouldn't fucking know. I don't know. Maybe I would remember, maybe I wouldn't. Like this mumbo jumbo. See, you know. Still, don't be a cop if you're afraid of fucking danger, being in danger. You're afraid to jump in front of somebody you're protecting and serving, because that's the job. That is the job. If it's their life or your life, sir, civilian, yeah, it better be your life. I mean, their life. You saved their life. You got to give up yours. I don't think I could ever do a job like that. So, duh, I am not in a job like that. That is kind of crazy. Like, anyhow, okay. So he's writing all the inconsistent statements
So,
on the thing.
when we heard that statement, we talked about the fact that it was, and I can back up and go sit down. You would agree with me that in that statement that you gave to the Ranger 4 days later, 4 days after this happened, you made no mention of anybody dressed in black carrying a rifle or with long hair. You agree with that?
Correct.
And you would agree that you also didn't say anything about clouds of dirt being kicked up on the playground.
Yes.
And since you didn't say anything about a person in black, you didn't say anything about seeing him on that south side of the building to the ranger.
Yes.
Now, those would all be important details. You agree?
Yes.
And I think when hearing the ranger as he interviewed you, you were given multiple opportunities to say whatever you knew or whatever you remembered.
I mean, your cop's a fucking goddamn. I mean,
happened to you 4 days before. You were given the opportunity.
your husband's a cop, lady. Don't you think even you would say it to him that you got shot at? Anywho, yeah, but
To say anything that you heard.
Yes.
I mean, are you trying to make it look better for the DA? Because I'm confused. Okay, losing those kids was tragic. But if dude wasn't really just fucking standing around twiddling his fucking thumbs and actually stay on radio to call these motherfucking people so they could have like 300 motherfuckers, and then you got 50 cops, and all of them are just standing around fucking deep dog, because God forbid they don't have a ballistics fucking shield. Well, maybe you guys should start fucking packing them in your goddamn trucks. You should package everything else. Why not have a ballistic shield in case something like this happens again? What, you're going to stand out twiddling your fingers, going, oh, well, we don't have a ballistic shield, so we got to wait. When you hear kids being shot up, oh, dude. Okay, anyways, I was going to get my blood boiling. But I wouldn't want their job. Just saying. Wouldn't want it.
And then I want to talk in particular, when you came from the playground with your kids, you had 4 kids at the time. And I think you said total to the ranger went to the playground with 10 students.
Yes.
So how many students did you have total normal?
About 22.
About 22. I think we talked about that. So I think the day before yesterday, you said that you thought you had 12 and 10 had gone home, but it seems like you had 10 and 12 had gone.
I said it was about 10 to 12.
Sure. And which is fine. I mean, that's
I don't know if it's
that's
great
not the same kind of detail as seeing a person with a gun.
or gutless. You really
So-
got to be a gutless person.
But
to
regardless,
really
it
pop
seems like more than half of your students.
Not
left,
me.
After the award ceremony.
Yes.
Or
Nope.
perhaps, I don't know, because maybe you remember or not, that perhaps they didn't come at all to school that day because they were sick or on vacation, something else was going on.
Possibly.
Possibly. And I would
Stu, did you hear from All Work? I just hope he's okay. That's all.
expect you to remember the attendance, of all the students and who was there originally in the morning and things like that. But one of the things you told the ranger when you got into the room, from the playground, you get into the room, that you had second graders, right?
Yes. I went into a second grade classroom.
Got it. And your kids, I'm sorry, I just forgot, your kids, were they in third grade?
Third grade, yes.
All right. Because one of the things you said, you specifically talked about the second graders. And you said the second graders, they weren't taking it seriously. And the word you used was, here we go again, it's just another bailout. You remember saying that?
Yes, I remember referencing the bailout.
Yes. And so could you tell us, because
She thought it was another drill, dumb fuck.
experience is common to Uvalde, but may not be common in other places. So could you tell us what you were referencing when you referenced that?
When an illegal person
It's
comes
just another
over
test.
and bails out of their vehicle or whatever they're in and is around, I guess, running around town possibly.
Oh,
it could be
she's
possible
talking
danger,
about.
so we would go on lockdown.
Oh, she's talking about what her husband deals with. Like, when they fucking run off the road and then they hurry and run and don't want to be caught and shit. Okay. I thought she was talking about it's another bailout, like it's another fucking test. It's another bullshit fucking thing we got to do. I thought that's what they were talking about. My bad. Shit.
Right. And thank you for explaining that. And I do want to tell you this
What's
too.
up, bud?
I think you deserve a lot of credit for acting on your own when you saw the coach running in. Because one of the things you said is you didn't get
What's
the
up,
Raptor
Heath?
alert. If you would have waited out there for the Raptor alert, you would have been out there
I got
Yes,
such a
and I
small
will
head.
agree,
Look at
if
this.
you had waited, then that shooter would have been near or
Falling
around
off.
in that area. But the and I think you're doing that to save your kids' lives, honestly. So you do get credit for that, and we appreciate that. The
Thank you, to appreciate it.
But getting in the classroom and now talking about those bailouts, illegal. We talk about illegal, but people who are undocumented that come over, and I guess it was a common thing at that time in Uvalde. It was a common thing that these bailouts would happen.
Huh? Okay, why are we getting stuck on bailout? We should be talking about, the evidence against your fucking client, sir. Fuck the bailout, okay? Fuck the fucking bailout, okay? It turned out to be, it was a bailout, but it also was, it came with some firepower behind it. Okay? Let's get over this shit. I mean, fucking anybody could tell you that those kids are not his fault. However, he could have stopped the motherfucker before he got them all, okay? There's like 29 kids injured. And 19 or something like 29 injured altogether or some shit. And 19 of them passed away or something. Anyways, the fucking thumbnail. My thumbnail has got all the kids that he sat around, and what they're saying is he didn't stand around. He was actually calling for police. He was, not calling for police. Sorry, calling for SWAT to get the ballistic shields because they couldn't. Because the one fuck, not him, he was the resource officer for the high school. I'm talking about the dumb fuck, the bald headed motherfucker. He sat around just twiddling his fucking thumbs and saying, "Oh, we can't go in." Every time somebody wanted to go in, he said, "Oh, we can't go in because we can't go in because we don't have ballistic shields and shit." And then all this time, well, we were waiting for the SWAT team. Motherfucker, no. Imagine if this was a female officer that did this. Everyone would have to be like, "Aw," and if you don't like it, you're a sexist. But that's true. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. No, if you're gonna be in a job that requires you to fucking give up your life for somebody else's, and you're not about that life, don't get into it. Right, right. It's true. It's fucking true. Like we can play, "Oh, I was on my period," or "Oh, I was emotional that day," or "Oh, I was just not in my head that day." Okay, well, men don't get in their head either. Sometimes they have their balls up a little too tight too. Some days, and some days they have bad days just like everybody else. You know what I mean? But still, don't be in a job that you can't do what's necessary. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Hey, if you're not going to go stand on the motherfucking goddamn, it was like 19 kids, I think, and 29 altogether. 29 kids injured, or maybe I could be wrong. Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me fact check myself because I could be wrong. It's been a while since I fucking watched that shit. Oh, Rob Elementary. Okay, so a total of 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. And then additionally, 17 other people were physically injured. Plus, they had one of the cops, his wife was in there and he was on the phone with his fucking wife and he could hear her. And they had to fucking grab his gun because he was gonna, they didn't know what was gonna happen. They had to take his gun away from him and tell him to go sit in the car, all sorts of shit. And he had a heart attack like a week later. It was sad shit. Like, it was sad shit. And then they brought out all the fucking security videos, and these fucking cops are just standing around. Oh, well, we were waiting for this. We were waiting for that. No, motherfucker, go the fuck in. If you're not prepared, sorry for you. But the job entails that you put your goddamn self, your life on the line for other motherfuckers. Why ain't you doing it? Yeah, I just don't. I don't do. I don't do. I don't do the whole like. Yeah, like I'm sorry, but if you're in a job that requires you to fucking do some tough shit and you can't do it, then don't do the job. Plain and simple. Male, female, I don't give a fuck who you are. Don't be doing that shit. And no, we need to stop giving fucking motherfuckers breaks. Oh, well, she's a woman. Oh, da 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 da. No, fuck that. Fuck that shit. You shouldn't have signed up if you couldn't do the job. That's the way I look at it. Fuck that shit. All right, let's play it. I
there
ranted
would
for
be
a little
some sort
bit.
of accident or wreck or some criminal activity or something that would cause people to bail out, and it would cause schools to go on lockdown like yours if it happened, I guess, in your area.
Correct.
And I don't know if you know this, but since you were a teacher there for that year, and you were a teacher there in like February to May, there's an estimate that there was about 50.
Just like, yeah, don't be fucking become a lawyer if you're not ready to be prepared. Well, it depends. Like, if you're ready to put motherfuckers in jail and like are really about that life, I guess I wouldn't want that. I mean, I'm sorry, I would not take anybody to court that fucking I couldn't prove was guilty. Plain and simple. Like, if there was a little bit of just thought that, oh shit, we may got the wrong guy, I don't know if I could take it to fucking court. But a defense attorney, now let me tell you something. If you're not prepared to defend the lowest of the low, the worst of the worst, all because we all have that one right to counsel, and to a fair trial, that we should be able to pick, who we want, except for if you're, have to go through the courts, then they pick for you. But other than that, and even them, they shouldn't be in the fucking job if they can't handle it. But yeah, I'm just saying, man. Just certain jobs don't do it. Like I would love to be a lawyer, but I wouldn't want to defend fucking sick motherfuckers. Yeah, that part. Even though they deserve, don't get me wrong, they deserve to have a fair trial like everybody else. But I don't know if I could do it sitting right next to somebody and fucking, and I know that they hurt a kid. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Bailouts.
Objection, Your Honor, that's outside the record.
Well, I'm asking if she knows.
You can answer if you know, then I'll overrule the objection.
About 50 bailouts from that February to May time period. And the reason I'm asking if you know is because some of those bailouts would be causing the schools to go on lockdown, right?
I'm unsure of how many there were.
But there were a lot.
I mean, it depends on how you or what you consider a lot. I don't know.
I guess I'll ask what you consider a lot. Did it seem like you were having to lock down for bailouts a lot?
Not an excessive amount, but enough to be noticed.
Right. And I think that's why when you talk to the ranger, here we go again. It's just another bailout, right? Those are the words.
I mean, if you got a taste for killing, that would be the perfect place for you there, fucking ass. Male or female. In the police force. I mean, come on. Let's talk about it. Governments are corrupt. Plain and simple. It's just what it is. Fuck them motherfuckers.
That the kid said, yes.
That the kid said. Okay, the words that you
I believe
used
so,
to
yes.
Right. The words that you used to the ranger about what the kid said, right?
Yes.
So there are second graders going, here we go again. It's just another bailout at the time, right?
Correct.
Now, you also told the ranger that you were safe. Well, I mean, nobody was safe, but you were at least in the classroom and kind of had started barricading when you got a text
Oh my
message.
God.
Correct.
This thing's going to fall off.
Right. And in the text message, you said at first, because he's a volunteer firefighter, you said at first he told you there was something going on. And he's warning his wife, which any husband would. He was worried about her. He's telling her, telling you, be careful, like, be aware something's going on, because he was hearing, I guess, something over a police scanner or something.
Well,
like
because
that.
you're another
Yes,
female.
or
Hood.
he's on the phone. I don't know.
Sure. And then you told the ranger that after that, you got a text message from him saying that there was an active shooter.
That's what I said at the time. Yes.
That's what you said at the time. And that was a true statement, what you said at the time.
What I thought to be, or what I remembered to be at the time. I mean, I was still in shock. You could hear it in my voice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you were, but there were, let's talk about some of those details. Your husband, you were communicating with your husband inside the classroom.
Correct.
And you knew enough to say that he told you that that there was an active shooter. And then
So there, okay. Yeah, her husband was on the phone with her, just like the other guy was on the phone with his wife, telling him all the deets, there's an active shooter, blah, 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 everything's okay, la, 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 la. Man, so I think she knew about all this shit before, and she heard from her husband that they were going after these fucking cops. And yeah, she wanted to be Captain Save-A-Ho. And yeah, the rest is that. I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw her testimony away. I just am. I don't believe her. I mean, I do believe her, but I don't believe her. I don't believe she holds any substance to what happened. Like, I need to see and know what the fuck he did. Where's the timeline? Where's from the moment he got there on video, all that shit. Where is it? Where is it? Because your work phone would have it. Your all your shit would show where the fuck you were.
officer or the ranger asked you, so that's how you found out there was an active shooter from your husband, and you agreed with him. You heard that.
Yes. I don't know. Can I speak?
Well, so the prosecution going to get an opportunity to ask you questions after, but at this point, and I know I have to ask the questions, and I'm just asking for the answers to the questions I'm asking. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So
As maybe
4 days after this had happened, and you sat down with the ranger.
Sometimes when you're gonna cause a tiff or some distraction, drama, whatever, it's best just to keep your mouth closed. That's all she's telling you. Like, don't.
And he said, based on that text,
This is not what I want to talk about. Like, I don't want to get in that discussion. But maybe that's what she's thinking. I don't know. I can't think for her, but I'm just saying, like,
husband, that's how you found out there
stop being okay?
was an active shooter, and you agreed with him. Is that correct?
Based on that statement, yes.
Yes, and that's what I'm asking. What we've heard him say.
Yes.
All right. As far as I want to talk about the sound, because there was also things that you said in that statement that you said here.
I'll be right back. I gotta go.
You talked about the scissors. You had the scissors. Children had the scissors. Maybe in mimicking you or trying to do what they could as well. And that you said that in the statement. And you also testified to that.
Yes.
And you were in shock back then, but you remembered that detail, and you talked to the ranger about it after.
Correct.
I also think that you talked to him about the cord, I guess maybe an extension cord or rope that was being thrown over the top of the door to prevent the door from being able to be opened. You talked to the ranger about that, and you told him about that detail.
Yes.
Even though you were obviously, and of course you had gone through that traumatic event, that's a detail that you remember.
Yes.
We told him about hearing the sound like a dumpster truck. And we the last time you and I were here, we talked about that, about what that sounds like. And would you agree, I guess it sounds something like metal being slammed down on concrete?
Yes.
Like a huge metal on concrete.
Yes.
Now, you know now that the shooter wrecked into that culvert. I guess that concrete culvert that's, if you kind of go out front of the school and past that field, there's a fence and then there's that concrete culvert, and you know now that the shooter wrecked into that culvert.
Yes.
Okay, so what I want to ask you is now knowing that the shooter wrecked into that culvert, meaning flew off the road and slammed down into the culvert, is that consistent or similar? The truck doing that, metal car doing that, is that consistent or similar with the sound that you heard of the dumpster truck?
Possibly, yes.
Right, because it would involve the same type of action that you were talking about, which is heavy metal being slammed down on the concrete.
Yes.
And then you said in your statement to the ranger, you said after that you heard two fireworks, like two fireworks. What it sounded like to you?
Correct.
Do you know now that after the shooter wrecked into the culvert, he took shots at the people who were coming out to the culvert to help him?
Yes.
All right, and so is that hearing the dumpster truck slam into the concrete or hearing the dumpster truck sound that you heard, and then hearing the fireworks sound, is that consistent with what you know now, that after the wreck into the culvert, the shooter was shooting at people who were trying to help him?
Yes.
All right. But you did not tell the ranger 4 days after this incident that you heard any other shots or any other fireworks sounds but those two.
I'm sorry?
In this statement, you did not tell the ranger at the time, 4 days after the incident, that you heard any other fireworks sound other than those two, the two fireworks sounds that you heard.
No.
And when the coach, you told the ranger that the coach, I guess what you did was you observed the coach on his radio, because coaches, I guess, have radios.
Yes.
Okay, and teachers don't.
No.
But coaches have radios, and you said you observed him. What you told the ranger was that you saw him saying or hearing something on the radio, and then you saw him tell the kids to run, and he started running.
I saw his face, yes, and then him moving quickly.
Right, and I'm sure seeing his face, you saw alarm, concern, fear.
Yes.
Right, and I'll go back to that, and intelligently on your part, you assessed the situation, saw the fear on the coach, saw him running, and you took your kids and you got them out of there, right?
Correct.
But you didn't tell the ranger that you heard the coach say anything, like there was something, whatever was going on. You just observed it, and you followed your instincts, and you ran with your kids and tried to get them to a safe place.
Yes. I mean, he could have been yelling something. Now he was saying get inside, but I guess I just blocked it out at the time whenever I gave my statement.
Well, I'm not, for something like that, to me, whether you did hear something or not, the point I really wanted to make was that you need to test danger and get your kids to safety based on the observations that you were making. That's what you told the ranger at the time.
Yes.
Which again reflects what you did. And at the point that you were talking to the ranger, you knew that the person, the monster responsible for doing this to these children, you knew that person was dead.
I'm sorry?
The monster responsible for doing what he did to these children and hurting these children, you knew that he was dead when you talked to the ranger.
Yes.
Right. And you understood that the purpose for you giving the ranger information, the reason they were talking to all of you.
Well, Jeff, assuming what's in the ranger's mind, I think something that you couldn't possibly know.
Well, okay, go rephrase it. I'll sustain it, Jim.
Okay. I want to talk about what's in your mind, right? In your mind, when you're going to sit down with the ranger after something like this has happened, that you were a witness to part of, in your mind, you understood that you were sitting there to give information as part of an investigation into what happened.
Yes.
Right. And in your mind, you knew that it was important to tell the ranger everything of any significance that you saw or experienced during that time.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
No, it's okay. You knew and understood while you were sitting with the ranger that it was important for you, just like everybody, I'm sure, who sat with any law enforcement after this happened. You knew and understood that it was important to tell the ranger, to tell this person, any relevant information that you knew about what you experienced.
I knew that it was mandatory and a requirement. Yes. But
let me ask you this, right? Even if it wasn't mandatory, even if you weren't required to do it, you would have sat down and talked about it. You would have participated in the investigation.
if I had to,
Well,
if it was not mandatory, I would not have gone.
because it's hard to talk about. It's
Yes.
traumatic. I understand. But I think on balance, ultimately, you would know that it's important that they go through this investigation, try to find out what happened, how it happened, and to try to prevent it from happening again.
Correct.
And so we do appreciate that you did participate in the investigation. However, later, I guess after you spoke to the ranger, you came in and testified to a grand jury.
An hour later?
No, later.
Oh,
After. Because it wasn't an hour later.
Yeah.
It was years later.
Yes.
Years later, you sat down and testified to a grand jury. And in your grand jury testimony, you did say, I don't know if you've seen it, but you were there, but you did say that you saw clouds of dust. You didn't say it to the grand jury, you said it to the grand jury. Did you know that?
Yes.
But you never said to the grand jury that you saw anybody dressed in black with long hair carrying a long gun. Did you know that you also did not say that to the grand jury years later when you were interviewed?
Yes, I just heard him say it up there or somewhere. Maybe we talked on the phone, but yes.
Sure. So, and then, I guess in December of 2024, so, I'm sorry, 2025, we're in 2026 now. In December, which probably close to a month ago, came in and talked to the prosecutor. And there, for the first time, if you understand it, you gave them a description
Yes, from what I can recall.
of a man in black on the south. Well, did you tell them he was on the south side of the building?
They didn't ask, and I didn't say because I'm not very great with directions.
So, right. And I'll tell you what, I'm not either. Judge, may I press the link?
Yes.
I'm not either. But I think that's why they have these. This is the South, and I'm not asking you to be great. West, South. Did they, in their interview with you, did they ask you to point to a part of the map where you saw this person?
Not that I remember.
Ask at all.
Not that I remember. So I would have answered it or asked to show. I mean, they might have. I don't know, but I don't remember telling them where.
But you understand now that would have been in December. That would have been the first time that anybody involved in the case would have heard you say that you described somebody that looked like the shooter.
Yes, but from what I have in my memory, I've said it. I said it during the grand jury. I thought that I did.
Right. It turns out that you did not. But
We cussed some people out in the chat.
I think ultimately what I want to be clear on is when you spoke, are you saying that when you spoke to these people and you said for the first time that you saw the shooter, that not everybody in that room asked you where he was?
From what I recall, I don't remember being asked where or to show. I don't remember.
And
The 14th.
I guess, and you also know that information was never given to us.
Now I know that, yes.
So, and I'll tell you, that's not on you. It's not your job, right? Just like you said, your job's not to do the investigation, obviously. You're a witness, you're a victim, just like everybody that was at that school that day.
You don't sound like Barry White. Shut up. Shut up, Hood. At least you don't sound like Roseanne Barr.
The ranger was asking questions about the locks at the school.
They still sound like
And he
Roseanne.
said, yeah, sometimes we're alone, or, we prop it open. I know we're not supposed to. And just so we can be clear, I mean, nobody's alleging you had anything.
Okay, I don't like a fucking goddamn, I'm just going to say it. I don't like how these motherfuckers are just tiptoeing and trying to come to the jury and trying to be like they're sincere and they're sensitive. They're not motherfucking sensitive. They got a job to motherfucking do. Okay, let's get to the nitty gritty. Okay, just fucking call her a fucking liar and get it over with. Let's go. Come on. Shit. The bitch don't know how to keep a fucking story straight. Maybe she was on her period that day, for fuck's sakes, I guess. That's what we're going to call it. Because that's what women like to do, is say, oh, I was having my period that day. Anyways, just call her the fuck out. defense. Come on. I don't know if I can deal with this tiptoeing around bullshit. I can't do that. Like, okay, everybody's experienced a tragedy. Yes, it sucks that kids passed away. Okay. It is a sensitive nature. Like, we're not saying it's not. We're not saying that fucking you're not sincere, you don't care. You got a job to fulfill. Like, that's what you should tell the fucking jury. Like, it may seem at times that I'm insensitive or whatever. Simply, I just have a job I have to do. And I'm gonna have to ask questions I don't want to have to ask. Like, shit like that. Like, if they don't know that and they're in the jury, then they're fucking dumb. Okay? But this tiptoeing around, like, you could have had her off the fucking stand already. You guys are fucking tiptoeing around this shit. Come on.
That has nothing to do with you. But I'm asking more about the past. Were you ever aware of the school district official, like the principals, the administration, issuing magnets to teachers that would defeat the door locks?
No.
Okay. Did you, and what I mean by that is, I guess, were you aware of any teachers or substitute teachers using magnets instead of keys to cover up the part where the door was locked so that?
Yeah, like, okay. Because he's only up for, like 29 endangerment charges or some shit. I think it's each count carries up to 2 years there, Hood. So he can actually get more than 2 years. It's just for that charge. But he has 19 of them, 20 of them. And I don't know if they're going to run consecutive or concurrent. You know what I mean? And personally, all the motherfuckers that were in because he was running around. This cop was running around. He was running around on fucking on the headset or on the fucking radio. Like, he went outside like I don't know how many times. He was fucking doing shit. Okay. However, somebody should have been going in at the time, and they're fucking cheap. They just sat around and was doing nothing. Like twiddling his thumbs, telling people, no, you can't go in there. We don't got a ballistic shield. Fuck the ballistic shield. Go the fuck in. Use the wall. Use whatever you have to. The fucking door. Whatever for a fucking shield, you dumb bucks. Anyways. Okay. Back to what we're doing. But yeah, like, this teacher is a teacher. I mean, yeah, she may have fucking seen shit, remembered shit all wrong and stuff. And she's not good with directions. Well, how can you say it's the South Side if you don't know, if you're not great on directions, lady? Like, okay, we got it. We can't hold on to her testimony. That's basically what we got at. Okay, now get her the fuck off the stand, because this is really irritating me. I want to see some actual fucking evidence that he's the one that was standing around doing jack shit, because I remember one of them motherfuckers were wandering all around. And then fucking they found out the one guy was on the phone with his wife and heard her fucking dying. Realized it was her fucking class. They had to take the fucking goddamn gun away from him and shit. Like, he was doing a whole bunch of shit. But the other fucking bald-headed motherfucker that was calling the shots and shit, that dumb motherfucker needs to fucking pay for it. In all honesty, I don't understand why these two are the only two that are up there. It should be the whole police force, the ones that fucking sat around waiting. Those motherfuckers, all of them should be fucking losing their jobs. I don't know if fucking going to court and doing all this shit is worth it. But losing their jobs, telling them that they can never have another job in a first responder capacity, that's there you go. Because, yeah, they can't be a fucking mandated reporter. They can't be shit. They can't hold office in the fucking goddamn, in the fucking, what you call it? Because they're dirty. But, like, they have their own little trial boards and shit. Like, come on, man.
Or, you know,
Possibly, but I don't think that
I'm
the
gonna
school
turn
district
this up
gave them the
some because
magnets for
I'm
that
done with this
purpose.
fucking testimony.
and so, as far as, I think what I hear you say is, as far as you know, as far as you're
I don't.
aware, you don't know that they were doing that.
Yes.
You said possibly, is that something, I'm just trying to explore, is that something that you had seen before? Have you seen these magnets being used in that way at the school?
I've heard of people doing it. Yes. I've never physically seen any other teacher at that school do it.
Okay, right, but you heard of it as a practice with some teachers, but you hadn't personally witnessed it or seen teachers. Do I have that right?
Correct.
But I'll pass it.
Great, thank you. I just want to be a little bit more specific on information provided to the defense.
Thank
Okay.
you, Jesus.
Of the three things that are up there, saw clouds of dust, you told the grand jury about that,
Yes.
and that was provided to the defense.
Correct.
Saw them, and you were also asked where the shooter was, is that correct? Where the shots were coming from, is that correct?
Here today?
No, in front of the grand jury.
I don't remember.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
Please.
Madam Procurator? Yes.
Aren't you supposed to show it to the defense before you give it to her? Motherfucker.
Okay. Yeah, it says on there.
You're not
So were
supposed
you
to
asked
do it.
where the shots were coming from?
Yes.
And did you tell the grand jury?
Yes.
And was that provided
Like,
to the defense?
wait, hold on. Like, what was he whispering to her? He was whispering something to her. Hold on, let's rewatch that. This is where I don't like you.
But you were not asked how the shooter was dressed, is that correct?
Correct.
In front of the grand jury.
No. Well, I don't believe so. Not in that part that I just read.
Now I want to go back to the questioning that's been occurring. Today's
Okay. Yeah, it says
Hey,
on there.
what did he fucking got?
And so were you asked where the shots were coming from?
Yes.
And did you tell the grand jury?
Yes.
And was that provided to the defense?
Yes.
He definitely fucking whispered something to her. What the fuck did he say? I could turn up my microphone, my headset, but I don't want to turn it up. But he whispered something to her. I heard it. I just couldn't hear the words, what he said, but he was whispering to her. And she was like, oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
But you were not asked how the shooter was dressed, is that correct?
Correct.
In front of the grand jury.
No. Well, I don't believe so. Not in that part that I just read.
Now I want to go
Especially
back
black,
to the questioning that's been occurring. Today's question has been very specific.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
In front of the grand jury was it very specific?
Not like
Hey,
this. But
DJ.
I don't know. It's a little more specific here.
Okay. And with the Rangers, did they just simply ask you to tell them what you knew?
Yes.
Yeah.
Were you
That's
conducting
it.
the investigation?
No.
Did you know what was specifically important to them?
No. I didn't think that what I had to say was as.
Love Roseanne.
So they asked you to explain
Serious.
what happened? Is that
They
correct?
did. Yes.
That's why you love me as because I sound like Roseanne. That's so sweet.
You told them.
Yes.
And when they asked you, is anything else important, did you know what was important to them?
No. I was ready to get out of there.
Was it your job to know what was important to
That
them?
was objectively.
Oh, really, objection, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was it
No.
important for you to know what was important to law enforcement?
No. It's not my job.
And now I want to go back to those events if we could, okay?
Okay.
You hear a sound? Did you hear a sound?
Yes.
And did you attribute it to something that you were familiar with?
Yes.
And what was that?
The dumpster.
And now Mr. Goss's questioning very well could have been Reckenstead, correct?
Yes.
So you attributed it to something you were familiar with.
Correct.
Then you hear what you've never firecrackers.
Yes.
So you hear a sound,
Yes.
attributed to something you're familiar with.
Correct.
And according to Mr. Goss, now that very well could have been gunfire at another human being, correct?
Correct.
And then you have a coach, correct?
Correct.
That tells you, or
Safety
testimony?
squads.
Are you
What
going on
are
or-
safety
did he say anything?
squads?
I don't remember if he said anything. I just saw his face and I saw him pull up the radio and
But at that time,
I knew.
I believe you said to Mr. Goss that you were thinking bailout.
no, when I got into the classroom, the kids were not said that they were not taking it
Uh,
seriously because of
hold on.
all the bailouts.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
But I didn't
sir.
think that it was a.
That is a lie. I will tell you of two women that actually got fucking, they should have got the book thrown at them, but because they're cops, they got let off a little bit. There was a female cop that fucking said that shot one of her neighbors. She went into the wrong apartment, supposedly. That's what she said. Basically, she said her apartment was below and she thought she was on the second floor, not the third floor. And then there was another cop that shot a boy or a guy, and he was afraid. Like he was telling his mom, "I'm afraid, I'm afraid," and his mom was like, whatever, and he ran because he was afraid. He hit the gas. Well, supposedly, or no, like he didn't know what to do or whatever. Like he was just scared. Anyways, well, she said that fucking she thought her taser was, or her firearm was her taser. She meant to tase him, not shoot him. Yeah. Anyway, so those are two that I can give you an example of being a shitty fucking cop and they got handled.
A bailout,
Other
like
comments?
based on the coach's face, I guess, and
Okay.
everything.
All right,
That never, I guess, crossed my mind.
very good.
Okay, are we done with this fucking witness?
Thank you.
For fuck's sake. Thank you.
Just a quick thing, just the,
Oh my
Officer Yassi,
god.
3 things on here.
Let
And
this
we talked
bitch
about it. You did say
go.
that there was clouds of dust to the grand jury years later. It's not at the time, right?
Correct.
3 things, these 2 things were not given to the defense, and you understand that.
Yes, I do now.
The,
The apartment cop wasn't on duty. Yep, you're right. But still, you're a fucking cop. You're a first responder. And then you sat there and let him fucking die. Anyways. Yeah, her, and then there's that other lady. She got like 10 years or some shit for shooting that kid. That was sad. Unarmed black kid, of course, They do it to white people too, but that's besides the point, you know. Yeah. Anybody being shot by a cop or um, hoping that a cop's gonna protect you and they'll let you down like the family. I just couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine seeing all those fucking cops there. I mean, this place was filled. They had like 300 motherfucking cops there. It went on for like 2 hours. I swear to God, like I watched forever, waiting for these motherfuckers to go in, and I'm like, he's in there. He's in there. The fuck what are you doing? I can't remember if there was any female cops in that situation either. I think it was all men on that force. But anyhow, still, like, what the fuck? Sending around for like 2 hours doing nothing, twiddling your fucking thumbs? Don't do the job if you don't get in the job if you can't do the job.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the question, last question was. It meant before. Did you say?
I said the 3 things, the 2 things, you said the 3 things on the board, so it was 3 things, because 2 things weren't given to the defense. 1 and 2.
Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that.
You just, as Mr. Turner asked you, was it important to you to know if it's important to law enforcement? And you said it's not your job, and I agree with you. It's not, right? But you agree that seeing a man with a gun on your campus is an important detail that you would recognize instantly that you would need to talk about.
And I know that now, yes.
Well, and you would have known that then.
Possibly.
Because I think what you were saying when he was talking was that you didn't think that
Don't get
what the intent
defiant,
of your writing
lady.
was in the scheme of things.
Hey, lady, watch your motherfucking tone because the jury sees it all, lady. Lord have mercy.
I think it's very important. I didn't hear you finish talking.
Yes, I didn't think that what I had to say was very important. I didn't think that it mattered based on or compared to everything else.
I understand, but seeing a shooter and being shot at are important details. You agree with that?
I mean, it depends on who you are. I don't know, I guess. Possibly.
No, and Matt. Okay, lady, let me get at this at you. Okay. It matters because you were trying to, help the DA out. You are a cop's wife. I don't know why you'd want to do this, but anyways, and you remember that those are your kids, and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know, like, lady, lady, you fucked up. You done fucked up. because you should remember something like that. You should remember something like that. I mean, I'd remember some. I don't know. Okay, I guess maybe you wouldn't remember anything like that. And if you don't know the direction, why are you telling people? Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, okay, let me shut up. She's pissing me off. Just
Okay. Just one more question, Your Honor. Of the three things, Mr. Dawson's agreed that you did tell the grand jury it was provided to them that they saw clouds of dust on the playground, correct?
Yes.
But he said that you did not, or the information was not provided, and you did not say before that we saw the person on the south side of the building. Is that correct?
Correct. Oh,
But you were asked that question from the
Yes.
grand jury, weren't you?
read that. Yes, sorry.
And would you tell us what you told the grand jury?
Yes, it was towards obviously the building
Question.
indicating. So I'm guessing I was pointing at that time or something. At that point, the coach had yelled, "Hey, get in the room."
No further than that. I'll just the whole point. So the specific question was asked where, and you said obviously toward the building, and then it says indicated, so you pointed to something. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that information was provided to the grand.
no, don't be a crooked cop. Do not fucking be a crooked cop. If you can't do the job right and do it well, and protect and serve the civilians that pay your job, not the fucking government. The civilians that pay your job, that pay your fucking salary. If you can't do that job, don't be in it. Don't be in it.
Jury.
We would
Yes.
see a lot less
Yes.
this shit.
Absolutely. Okay, Judge. All right, I'm sorry. I don't want to do this to you. I'm sorry you keep doing it. Saw this person on south side of the building, and I'm not irritated with you. It's them. Saw this person on south side of the building. Now, what you just read from the grand jury, you agree with me. You never told the grand jury that you saw the person on the south side of the building. However he's trying to make it seem. You agree with that?
Yes.
Shots coming from a location is not, I saw this person on the south side of the building. You agree with that as well?
Yes, but wouldn't it be? I don't know. It's kind of implied.
You're saying that it's kind of implied, but it's this phrase right here, I saw a shooter and he was on the south side of the building. That was never said to the grand jury or at any other time, except in December when you told the prosecutors and they didn't tell us.
Yeah.
That's it.
No further question.
Okay, would you do me a favor, if you'll go with the bailiff momentarily, don't leave, and we'll call you back in shortly. Members of
That was the nail in the coffin there. Defense, let's go.
the jury, I'm gonna give you a recess a little early, take 15 minutes, and remember my instructions, where everyone rise for the jury.
He's got to handle a little smoke real quick.
Be seated in court, please. Let the record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. The witness has completed the testimony. Where are we at on motions?
Yes, Your Honor. After considering the testimony of the witness, we are asking the court to avail us, the defense, of the remedy of instructing the jury that they cannot consider her testimony at all for any purpose in its entirety. The failure to turn over the specific that specific piece of critical evidence has put us to a disadvantage with this witness, has put us to a disadvantage with our theory, as I've kind of outlined to the court in the ex parte brief that I provided, and we do not believe that again
He's not a very assertive defense attorney. Like he likes to tiptoe around shit. Just say what you mean and mean what you say, motherfucker. Like quit being a fucking pansy.
has denied the mistrial, but we do not believe that that allowing the jury to consider her testimony for any purpose, we believe that it'll affect the due process rights of the defendant and our ability to continue in the defense of the case in the way that we had set it up and prepared.
No, because her credibility is shot, dude. Even if they keep it in, it's fucking shot. Okay? I don't believe anything that bitch says. And I'm sorry, not sorry. I believe everything she says from the point that she's inside the classroom, but not all that extra shit. Fuck that bitch.
Yes, Your Honor. The accusation yesterday was significant. It gave us significant pause.
And what's funny is he said something. This fucking motherfucker right here, this
The three very important.
this one that likes to cry during opening and all that other shit, garner sympathy and all this shit, because he's not confident that they're gonna fucking goddamn, they're not gonna do the do, right? He's not confident in that. He knows he got a wobbly case. You know what I mean? I don't like this fucking kook. I don't like either one of them. I don't like any of them. How about that? All these guys suck. Like, he's not confident. He's not confident. I like a confident motherfucking attorney.
Things were left out. Number one, the shots flaring up around her. Number two, where the shooter was. And number three, the clothing that he was wearing. That gave us a pause. Lo and behold, yesterday, we're able.
Wait, hold on. But she wasn't shot at. It came out. She was not shot at. She thought she was shot at, but she wasn't.
To find out, they did actually have the information about the shots being up, find out behind her. The evidence has been developed today that they did actually have the evidence that she said that the shots, I got the gun, but the shots came from the building and then indicated. So they do have information that she was aware of where the shots were coming from. That does leave, though, Your Honor, still that disturbing point about the clothing not being turned over. We agree that is improper. We should have done it because it was new information. It didn't seem all that significant since we had photographs of the shooter in black, but nonetheless, we believe, number one, it has all been cured through cross-examination. He's pointed out that she didn't say it originally.
It sure has.
She is aware
It
of
sure has.
the nature of her conduct all the way, and they weren't ready and prepared to do that. It does not caught them off guard as of now because of the court granting a continuance. Second of all, Your Honor, we believe that if the court does believe some kind of measure is appropriate, we ask the court not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that is the only surprise that they're addressing is the black.
Not throw the baby out with the bathwater? That is a weird analogy. Okay.
Hair and the gun, and it would be appropriate if the court feels like that caught them off guard and has affected their defense to instruct the jury not to consider that portion of the testimony.
No.
I feel like I'm getting down.
Okay, so I'm unsure about that. I could have sworn dude took himself out. I could be wrong about that, huh? Because the DA says that we know the cops shot him in the eye, and that's why he can't fucking sit here right now. Like we know who did the shooting, but I don't know. I'll have to look and see. Let me look and see. I guess he was in the closet. And they shot him in the face. I guess that's what it's telling me. Hold on, let's read this. I'll tell you real quick. I don't give a fuck. Fuck, I agree. Okay, give me the shit. Okay, thank you. Okay, it says the teenage gunman in Uvalde came out of the closet and began firing when U.S. Border Patrol agents entered the room. So I guess they got him. I thought he unalived himself. That's what they were saying. That's what they said in the beginning, but I guess not. Yeah, I guess not. He was hiding in the closet. He thought he killed all the kids. He thought he shot up all the kids. He was ready for World War III, type shit. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. The treadmill trial, it's going nowhere fast. 6 miles an hour. They did have a treadmill trial once. But yeah, I just I don't know why they're arguing. Like, if I was on the jury, bitch is lying. Okay, that's just the way I would look at it. But okay, I'm nobody. I'm just a person that's watching you guys fight over some bullshit. Yep.
With this clothing thing. That is not the issue about black clothes. It is the fact that she said that she saw a man who matched the description of the shooter with a gun. And that's the key issue. It's not his clothing or the fact we know that he was wearing black. And ultimately, I think what the defense, what the prosecution doesn't know about the defense strategy, the court does know. There's things that we could have done and investigations we could have made.
Mr. Goss, I've heard enough of that. Again, Mr. Attorney, you don't have the benefit of the ex parte brief that Mr. Goss filed. And I think they'll probably glean issues from the arguments, but there's no doubt that this was critical to the strategy. And I don't think I have any choice, having denied the mistrial, other than to craft a remedy that will protect the due process rights and hopefully avoid any appellate review that would result in this case being reversed. So I am reluctantly going to instruct the jury to disregard her testimony in its entirety when they come back out. If we could bring her back in momentarily, the witness.
Uh-oh. 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 Why can't I hear? There we go. Oh, my head's all messed up.
Ma'am, could you come up to the bench here? Very quickly, we're going to let you go here in a minute. I hate to talk to people from the bench. You don't sit down, just right here. I just want to tell you, you may hear later on that I will instruct the jury to disregard your testimony, but I want to emphasize to you, you did absolutely nothing wrong. It is not on you. And I want to tell you just from personal experience, memories of traumatic events change, are different, or you recall more or less. I had a personal experience many years ago. My wife and I were hit by a drunk driver, and I spent 2 months in the hospital. Apparently, they almost lost me in the emergency room, but revived me. And I remember that event very clearly, that truck coming at us and trying to get out of the way. But every time I think about it, it's a little different. And that's because of stress and trauma. So nothing about this is on you. We appreciate your bravery that day, and we appreciate your testimony and being brave enough to come in here, and you are excused with our thanks. Take care.
You know what? Like, shout out to the fucking judge. Shout out to the judge. But still, bitch is lying. That's all I'm going to say. Bitch is lying.
Going to take the rest of the recess until the jury comes back out. So I think they got about 5 more minutes or so. We're in recess.
Shout out to the judge, man. Oh, and I'm not going to be able to finish today. I'll finish today. I mean, today. Today's later. Tomorrow. I'll finish it in the morning. I'll start earlier. But I have a doctor's appointment. And so, yeah. I'm only going to be on here for a few hours. I can't stand either one, though. Beast. Either one of them talking. Like, I just, they don't have no fucking confidence in their voice. It's just weird. Can you freaking believe this shit?
In that regard, and I'm going to expect you to follow it. So listen carefully to this instruction, if you would, ladies and gentlemen. We have just heard testimony, as you know, from the witness, Stephanie Hale. The court, outside your presence, after a hearing mandated by law, has ruled that the witness's testimony will be and must be excluded as a matter of law. Therefore, you are instructed to disregard any and all testimony provided by Stephanie Hale, and her testimony will play no role in your analysis, deliberations, and decision in this case. With this instruction, you are reminded that you are bound by your oath as a juror to follow the ruling of the court as provided. So please remember, ladies and gentlemen, mandated by law, don't speculate about it, don't wonder about it, don't hold it against either side, just follow my instruction. All right. Good morning. You raise your right hand.
Me personally, I want to see the fucking tape. I want to see the tape. They say that he was doing something the whole fucking time he was there. The whole time. So I want to see the fucking tape. Let me see that he was actually fucking calling and radioing and all that dumb shit. and wait for the SWAT. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause will be the true self you got. You can have a seat over here. Thank you, ma'am.
The judge just quoted me. YouTube stop all my comments.
My name is Emilia Amy Franco Marin.
Good morning, Mr. Dean. In May of 2022, where were you employed?
At Robb Elementary, Uvalde CISD.
Okay. And what was your job position at that time?
I was the ACE coordinator.
Okay. And for the jury and for the record, can you explain what an ACE coordinator is?
It is an after-school centers program. So I ran the after-school program for the children there at Robb.
And approximately how many kids were in your program?
150.
Okay. And what campuses did you work at, or was it only Robb?
I've worked for the district for 25 years. So I have worked at different campuses.
Okay. And just for the record, where is Robb Elementary located? What town and what county?
Uvalde, Texas.
And how long had you been at Robb Elementary as of May of 2022?
I've been there for a month.
A month. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what room number did you work in? What was your room number at Robb?
132.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
No.
So,
But no, you can't. Okay, we're gonna go fast. So we might be caught up before fucking, the lunchtime is over. They're still on lunch. We're still on lunch. Yeah, I mean, we might get done here. Let's see. When is he? Ooh, they go through these motherfuckers pretty quick.
Approximately where is your room number with regard on this map? And for the record, what we're looking at is a map of Robb Elementary. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I did
It's an
too.
aerial view of the school.
Hey,
So where on this map is your room?
she protected the kids, as she didn't have a
And
gun.
what we're looking at is the
She got those kids into a fucking room and fucking, did what they were supposed to do. She actually did do something, but she couldn't do, I mean, shit. You had teachers in the fucking classroom trying to fucking help the kids. You know what I mean? So the two that lost their lives. Yeah, anyways. It's not the teacher's fault. It's not the teacher's fault. They're not in a job where it says, hey, you gotta fucking do this. You gotta be a mandated reporter. You gotta do all this shit, and then hey, you gotta fucking pack some heat. No, because they don't want that shit in fucking schools. You know what I mean? Like, which is dumb. But anywho.
the west side of the campus, the northwest building. Is that right?
So I'm wondering if he's a resource, if that cop is a resource officer, did he have his weapon on him? That's all I want to know. Did he have his weapon on him?
Okay. And it's slightly southeast of the street of Geraldine, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, had you previously been trained as far as a lockdown with the Uvalde CISD?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know what to do as far as what you're supposed to do in a lockdown situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the jury, can you explain what that is?
Because I am in a classroom, turn off the lights and lock my door.
Okay. Now, are you still employed with the Uvalde Independent School District?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What time did you arrive at school that day?
Approximately about 7:30 in the morning.
Okay. And is that the time that you usually arrived on campus?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So why did you arrive early that day?
My grandson attended Robb Elementary that year, and they had a award ceremony. So I arrived early so I could be there for his ceremony.
Okay. And what grade was your grandson in?
He was in the 2nd grade.
Okay. And approximately when did his award ceremony end that day?
I'm going to say maybe about 9:30.
Okay. And what were your plans for the rest of that morning?
Every other morning that I would have to show up to work, I was always at another campus.
Mhm.
And that morning I wasn't scheduled to go anywhere else. So I stayed there and I began to plan the celebration for my students for the next day. So I went to my classroom to prepare.
Okay. And this celebration, what kind of celebration was it?
It was an end of the school year celebration. So we were going to have a dance for the students and their families.
Okay. And were you coordinating the celebration with another teacher?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was his name?
Gabriel Gonzales.
Okay. And what were you and Mr. Gonzales's plans for? Was he supposed to be doing something?
He was the one that was in charge of purchasing food, snacks for the dance. So he came over to my classroom and we spoke about what we were going to serve, where we were going to serve it. And he had a list of what snacks and food he was going to get. And so we spoke about that. And then he left to the grocery store to go purchase the items.
Okay. And while he was at the grocery store, were you still in your classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, did you hear back from Mr. Gonzales?
He texted me and said, hey, I've already got the groceries. Can you go and unlock the gate so we can deliver everything through the back and not have to carry everything from the front?
So if you were pointing at the back, when you say the back, can you tell the jury what area you're talking about?
We call this the back, the campus, and that was considered the front.
Okay. And for the record, you pointed to the far northwest side of the campus off of Geraldine Street.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there a gate there?
Yes.
Okay. And is that gate usually locked?
That gate is always locked.
Okay. So when he called you and said, meet me at that west end gate so we can get the groceries in, what did you do then?
I unloaded the stuff that was on a cart in my classroom, and I pulled the cart out to the door, and I left it there, and I went back inside my classroom. After a few minutes, I said, he's probably on his way. So I pushed the cart out of the door as I'm going out. I go out, and I put the rock on the door, and I go out to the gate.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Approximately what time did Mr. Gonzales contact you or text you?
It was probably about 11:20.
Okay. And you put the rock in the door for what reason?
So I wouldn't have to lock it and unlock it, lock it and unlock it, because it's always supposed to be locked.
And you thought it was locked that day? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you took the card out you were going to meet Mr. Gonzales there, did you have to unlock that far west gate, that exterior gate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your experience with that gate?
I have employees that would always unlock it when we were releasing the students, but that day I was by myself, so I went and it has a lock. So I went and I unlocked it, and it's always hard because there's part of that like a pole that goes into the cement, and you have to kind of jimmy it, and then it'll come up, and that unlocks it completely. Two other times that I had tried that, I couldn't do it. So that day I unlocked the lock, and then I said, I hope I can pull it up. So I jimmied it a little bit, and I pulled it up, and I said, I did it. So it was unlocked, and so I pushed the cart against the gate, and I said, I can't leave this spot because the gate isn't locked. So I'm standing there waiting for him to come.
Okay, you were concerned about leaving that area with an unlocked gate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And after that, what did you hear?
I'm standing there waiting for him, and I'm facing east because he's coming. He's going to come from that direction. I'm standing there, and I hear a loud vehicle from behind me, which is the west side. I turn around and I look, and I see a vehicle going real fast, and I see him crash into the area of the ditch. There was like a poles there, and the truck crashed. As it hit it, it kind of went up, and then it went into the ditch.
Okay, now I want you to go back to that map and point to the area on the map where you're saying you saw this car hit the ditch.
The truck was coming from here, and it went in this way. It hit the rail right there, and then crashed into the ditch.
Okay. And for the record, you pointed to Grove Street. So the vehicle was traveling south on Grove and hit the ditch off of Geraldine and Grove Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you saw that accident, what did you do, Miss Munning?
I ran inside.
You didn't have your phone with you?
No, I ran inside to get my phone. I kicked the rock. The door closes. I ran in. I dialed 911, and I ran back inside. I mean, outside. Outside, I put the rock back on the door. The call went through, and I'm running to the scene of the crash. And I'm telling the operator, a truck crashed on the west side of Rob's school. It crashed into a ditch.
Okay.
I kept saying that over and over because I knew that they needed the location.
Okay. And when you're on the phone with 911 and you're telling her where this accident happened, what do you see then?
I'm still running as I'm telling her the location. So I'm running to where the truck crashed. As I'm running, I'm holding the phone with my left hand.
And let me stop you right there. Why are you running towards the crash?
whoever had crashed.
Okay. So you're running, and what do you see?
As I'm running, I see on the right side of me 2 men running from the funeral home. They were running towards the crash, and then I see them stop. When they stop, I'm still running. And I see them turn around. One of them falls as they turn around, and they run back. And he yells, "He's got a gun." And I turn around, and I start running back. And I tell the operator, "He's got a gun."
Okay. Did you see that gun at this point?
Not at that moment.
But you heard the funeral workers or the people from the funeral home say that. Okay. So then what did you do?
As I'm running back, I run into the building. I kick the rock and I close the door. And I run to the classroom. And I bang on the teacher's door across from me. I'm banging on the door. And she opens the door. She says, "What is going on?" And I said, "Call the front office. There's a shooter on campus." She closed the door. And the operator asked me, "What is he wearing?" I ran back to the door.
Okay.
I'm holding the phone with my left hand and I'm looking through the window and I tell him, "Black hoodie, black hair. He threw a gun. He threw a bag. He threw another gun. He jumped the fence." And then I told her, "He's coming." When he jumped the fence, he jumped it and then he like shakes himself off and he picks up what he threw and he's walking towards the campus.
Okay. You say walking, not running.
No, not running.
Okay. Now, at this time, had you seen if he was shooting or?
He was shooting.
Okay. And what area was he shooting at?
He was shooting towards the south area where the children were at in the PE area.
Did you see children out there in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, again, I want you to point to the board behind you, and if you could point to the area where you saw the children playing.
They were playing here in this area, right here.
Okay. And for the record, you pointed to the southeast area on that map, between the south end of the 4th grade building and what's that building below the very bottom on that map?
The pavilion.
Okay.
This right here.
Okay.
The pavilion, and that's where the PE classes are.
Okay. And what can you hear from the kids at this time?
They're screaming.
Okay. So, and are they running into the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So once you go back into the building and you start banging on your coworkers' doors, what did you do then?
After I told the 911 operator what he was doing, I run back to her door and I bang on the door again. And she opened it and I said, "What did they say?"
And when you say they, who were you referring to?
The office.
Okay.
Because I had asked her, "Call the front office, the shooter on campus." So when I banged on the door again, she opened the door and I said, "What did they say?" And she said, "They didn't answer." And I said, "Oh my God." And I turn around and I see the kid from the south door already running in and screaming.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there, Miss Bunny, and I need you to point to the board and show the jury when you say that you kids coming in from the south door, where are you talking about?
I'm still right here, and the kids are coming in from this door,
Okay.
the south door, from the PE area.
Okay, and for the record, you pointed to the south end of that building.
Yes.
And so the jury understands where your classroom is, that length of the building, is that a hallway?
Yes.
And then the hallway goes south.
Yes.
So it's almost like a shape of a T.
Yes.
So you go to the middle of that hallway, running from east to west, and you can see the hallway going north to south.
Yes.
And that's where you see kids running in.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And they're running in from that south end.
From the south end.
And what are you telling the kids as they're running in?
You know,
I run up a ways into that.
is it really worth
hallway.
all this? Re-traumatizing these fucking
And
people?
I'm yelling at them to come in and to get in their rooms.
Okay. So,
Okay. Can I just fucking vent for a sec? Because this is really irritating me. I know why she's fucking like out of sorts. She feels like it's her fault because she left the gate open, you know, all that stuff, right? Okay. She feels it's her fault. She had the door open with the rock and all that dumb shit, right? But girl, you're okay, I mean, shit, like, damn, like, I don't know if I would want to go through this again. Like, you want me to be re-traumatized, all this shit because you want a fucking conviction? You can't fucking try the goddamn gunman. That's what the prosecutor said, is he would be sitting there instead of, the dude. But he's no longer there. Even the prosecutor said that. I'm quite sure it was a prosecutor. It could be the defendant, the way they talk. I get them confused. But anyways, I like how this lady isn't like, she's fucking just being matter of fact about it. She's not fucking sitting there going, I'm really sorry about putting you through this. But fuck all that dumb shit. Let's get to it. Stop tiptoeing around the shit. Like, just ask the questions and get it done. Like, quit going through all this bullshit. Like,
At this point, the shooter, you saw him shooting at the south end, and did you see him after that, after you ran to the door?
When I was at the door, I just saw him like getting near the cars that were parked there.
How far did you see him come up?
It was a little bit past the half mark, and then after that, the cars were parked there.
She
so
left the gate open.
Okay, but you did see him shooting towards the south.
She left the gate open. I don't know about this rock situation. I think I don't know if the rock got fully kicked away from the door. I'm not quite sure. But they did say like the door didn't lock or some shit. But she felt, and it's not her fault. Like, they were waiting for a delivery at the time, so it's not her fault. You know what I'm saying? But they're sure trying to make him fucking, sure trying to make her. I mean, I don't know if I would want to put anybody through this again. Like, it's not going to bring the kids back. It's not. And there's only one person to blame for this. Yes, maybe the cops need to go through better training. Maybe they need to have better weapons. Maybe they need to have better fucking vests, bulletproof vests, all that stuff. And maybe they should carry fucking foldable ballistic shields in their fucking goddamn cars. They can't do that. Stuff like that. Like, there's ways to fucking prevent so many kids being slaughtered like that. There's ways. However, it's none of their fault. Okay, none of their fault. They did the best they fucking could do in a time like that. But you had police officers, the ones with weapons, fucking standing around doing jack shit, while you guys are running with your heads cut off, trying to make sure that the kids are safe and all that other dumb shit. But they're not even, like, they're dilly-dallying around waiting for fucking ballistic shields and shit. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. 300 fucking officers out there. Anyhow, I don't know why we're here. Really, why we're here.
Okay. And when you're staying in that hallway and you're trying to get the kids into the...
Because all they keep on talking about is where the shooter was, where the shooter was. Who gives a fuck where the fucking shooter was? Show the fucking tape of where the cops were, why the shooter was where he was. How about that? Didn't dude have a fucking, didn't he have a body cam? He didn't have a body cam? I mean, they had to wait for fucking border patrol. That's what border fucking patrol came in and had to fucking go confront this motherfucker. Border patrol, not the regular fucking police, because they were too pussy. So the chief definitely needs to fucking get his ass got. But this dude, I don't know about him. I don't know, because if it shows that he was on the fucking phone and doing shit, man, come on. What are we doing here? Like,
okay, then what?
And you're gonna make these people relive it again because you're gonna have another trial for another person? I would have saved it for him and not this guy. I don't know. That's just me. Or I would have tried them together.
What did you do?
I kept asking the operator, where are the cops? Where are the cops? And I tell her, there's kids running everywhere, because I looked down towards the.
Or better yet, why don't you homeschool your fucking kids? Yeah, you could actually teach them stuff without a fucking agenda being behind it. I mean, shit, look up in the Encyclopedia Britannica and shit, you know? Like, I don't even know if they have them motherfuckers anymore. But shit, we used to have to look up the encyclopedia. These motherfuckers don't know what it's like to really research and shit. They just fucking think, oh, well, it's on the internet. Nah, you need to research shit. Like, you need to read some books. You need to talk to people. You need to, because not my experience ain't gonna be the same as your experience. Just like my vision and my field of view ain't gonna be the same as your field of view. Like, you could have two things. We could see two different things going on at the same time. You know what I mean? So it's just weird, yeah. But you're gonna make these people go through this again. All those parents, all that shit. You want to show fucking those kids dead and shit. Come on, for what? To garner sympathy? He would. He's not the gunman. This is crazy.
East hallway, and there was an area out there where the kids could play as well, and they were running into their classrooms.
And the only reason why this is even a case is because, people had an uproar over it. People were pissed off about the cops not doing jack shit. And so they felt like they had to, we got to get the public behind us. So this is where we're at. But come on, man. But at the same time, if you can't do the job, don't do it. Don't be in it. Save us and you the fucking favor.
And that call that you made to 911, have you reviewed that call? Okay. I think we played it for you. Have we? I can't remember. Okay. But you did make a 911 call to an operator.
Yes, ma'am.
The state would tender state's exhibit number.
This poor lady.
State would admit state's exhibit number 9, which is the 911 recording of Miss Money. State would ask to publish it to the jury.
Please.
We're going to play that 911 call for you, Miss Money.
This poor freaking lady. I don't understand it.
Hello? Okay, ma'am, how many people ready? 3 people ready? Hello, ma'am? Okay, ma'am, what's your name? Amy? Yes. Okay. Miss Amy, how many shots were fired? Okay, ma'am, he's on campus? Okay, he's not how. Miss Amy, can you give a description of the man with the gun? Okay, can you remember what he said? Ma'am, can you remember what he said? I can't see the door. Okay, oh my God. I think he came on campus, ma'am. He came on campus, ma'am. Come on. Okay, now can you remember? I don't see him, ma'am. I did not see him. Can you remember what he was wearing when you saw him next to the vehicle? No, all I saw was the truck. Oh my God. Ma'am, where was he running towards? You said he ran into the school? Yes. Okay, now, are you gonna be away from the building, are you? Okay, now where are you gonna get? Okay, now. No, you're sorry. Where are the cops? Okay, now, you're gonna get authority coming up.
I think I could fucking hear him saying shots fired.
Okay, now, can you talk? You get the right college? Anything can you see him now? Oh. Okay, Mr. You can't feel anywhere? Oh, my God. Okay, now you went inside the building? Okay, now. Okay, now we do have the officers on scene, okay?
Now, Ms. Modine, we see and hear you trying to relay information at the same time that you're trying to get the children into the classroom. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after the 911 call ended, what did you do?
Breathe, lady, breathe. Oh my fucking God, bro. The poor lady, man. What are we doing here? So fucking dumb, man.
I had ran inside my room to go call the front office from my intercom. And then I was going to run back out to make sure everybody was safe. But something stopped me. And I looked at the door and I looked at the counter and I ran under the counter. When I went under the counter, that's when the call hung up.
Okay. Approximately how long were you in your classroom?
2
The
hours.
whole time, it was about 40, 45 minutes.
And during that time, what were you thinking or what were you doing?
The shots wouldn't stop. They were just going round after round. A round would go off.
She's
and then
gonna
there was
be
total
in them.
silence. And then another round and total silence. And one of those times that it was silent, the AC kicked on. And I said, don't turn on. I'm not going to hear him when he comes this way. And you just hear more shots. They were like nonstop. And I thought, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I said, as I'm under the counter, I think, I'm looking at the floor and I'm thinking, I'll tackle him from his ankles and knock him down with my shoulder. And then I said, get up on the counter. When he comes in, jump on his back, poke his eyes out, take the gun away from him.
So you were anticipating how you would confront the shooter if he came into the room.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just one more question. How do you explain that feeling, just so we understand what that feeling is?
Why would you ask her that? You fucking dumb lady. We know it was fucking good.
That type of fear is something that only someone can understand who's been through a mass shooting.
There we go.
You don't understand it if you haven't experienced it, and I don't wish it on anybody.
Is it an ugly feeling?
Well, you're putting her through it, bitch.
It haunts me. Tuesday.
Also witness.
Sir, may I proceed, sir? Please. This might be my name, Nico. Well, have you ever testified before?
No, sir.
Okay. This is called cross-examination. I'm going to ask you some questions. We're going to go as slow as you want. Okay? I'm not going to attack you. I'm not trying to hold you accountable. You did nothing wrong. I'm just going to ask you some questions on your observations. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. If you don't understand my question, ask me to repeat it and I will. Okay. I think you told the government that you had gone outside to meet a gentleman named Gabriel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Gabriel Gonzales?
Yes, sir.
And I understand what you're saying. I think we all do. You propped the rock there because teachers were not given kind of a key system, key fob system where you could just click in and out of a door, correct?
Correct.
And not every teacher had a key.
Correct.
And I'm going to talk to you about that. Yes, ma'am.
I will say correct because I don't know who had a key.
Fair enough. Because you'd only been there for how long?
A month.
A month. You didn't have a key.
I had a key.
You had a key. Okay. But it's still faster to use the rock.
Yes.
Okay, because it's just really quick. Okay. And when you went out to see Mr. Gonzales to get the supplies, and then you went through the crash, and you saw that going on, and you came back inside to get your phone, correct?
Correct.
And then you go back outside, and then we hear you on 911 with the operator. I'm real curious before we get into those details. Did you realize, what did Mr. Gonzales do?
When I was waiting, of course, he wasn't there yet. Can I show you where I was at?
Yes, ma'am.
When I ran, I was running to help him, so I ran to about right here. I came out of the sidewalk and I ran all the way to here.
So that's a good distance. I've been to this location. So you came from the west, and for the record, I'm pointing to the west door entrance and exit, right?
Correct.
And so you went from the X. Do you mind if I this close to you?
No.
Okay, thank you. You went from here all the way down Geraldine to where the blacktop ends near Grove Street.
I ran on the outside of the campus, not the inside.
What's
I ran
the
to the
difference?
sidewalk. There's a fence.
Correct.
Here.
Okay. And so you came out here and you got to the blacktop here on Geraldine?
No, not to the blacktop, on the property.
Okay. And by that time, had Mr. Gonzales showed up by that time?
No, sir. I'm outside and I'm asking the teacher to call the front office. I'm in the hallway I'm telling the kids to get inside. When I go into my classroom, that's when I see Mr. Gonzales drive off. So he came in through the U and he drove off.
And so at some point, Mr. Gonzales came in and you don't know what he saw or didn't see?
No.
You have no idea if the government spoke with him?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you stay in contact with Mr. Gonzales today?
No, sir.
Okay. And practically, I mean, you put a rock at the door because you thought the door was locked.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if you thought the door wasn't locked, you wouldn't have to put a rock at the door.
Correct.
So you get back.
You
get back inside and we can hear you, and I'm very sorry you went through that. I think we all are. That sounds very traumatic. But we hear you on 911, and you're giving a description of what you're perceiving from that door.
Mm-hmm.
And so just, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And so that west side door, and we'll probably see a picture of it. There's not a big window here.
No.
It's a door. I don't know which door you came in, and it has a window strip, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So your view is limited to that window strip, correct?
Correct.
So you can see in front of you fairly decent, but you definitely can't see to either side without opening the door to check.
Correct.
Is it an outward swinging door or inward swinging door? Outward. So if I'm outside the building, I would pull to open it.
Right.
So is it fair to say that your view from that door was limited?
It was limited, which is when the shooter jumped the fence, I could see this way. When I had ran to her and the operator said, "What is he wearing?" I ran back and I'm seeing him. And from where he's getting to the vehicles, that's when I'm going like this in the window because I can't see him anymore.
Yes, ma'am. Judge, just for procedural purposes, would you prefer me to ask before I approach every time? Because I might have to come back and forth.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to make sure it's clear because I don't know if it's been explained yet. So when you say he jumped the fence, so the crash is here at Geraldine and Grove, correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of a culvert, and there's a railing here, and he went over the railing into the culvert, right?
He went through the railing that crashed into the railing.
And I don't want to make you stand up again, but is the fence you're talking about here?
No. The fence.
What fence did he jump?
He jumped this fence.
Okay, is that the perimeter for the school?
Yes.
Okay, so he jumps this fence. Now, by this time, you're already back to the door?
Yes.
And you're on 911 by this time?
Yes, sir.
And then he's walking. I think you testified previously that he was running, but
No,
he was walking, right? Have you seen the video from the funeral?
No.
You have not seen that? Okay. What have you reviewed in preparation for your trial today?
I'm sorry, I have seen the video like on the news where they showed some of the
Yes, ma'am.
funeral.
And that's something we're going to talk to a lot of people about because the news has shown a lot of these things.
Right.
And so I'm going to ask respectfully if you have to take some time, distinguish what you saw at the time versus what you saw later on the news. Okay. Thank you. And so you have seen the funeral view.
Yes.
Because there's some videos from here.
Yes.
And so he's walking, but at one time. you
That
described him as
is
running.
so odd
That's not-
to
it's okay if you want to do
say.
that, but you described him as.
Have you seen the funeral? Have you seen the view at the funeral? Motherfucker, just say the funeral home, because that's it's very odd and ominous as it is that this happened right next to a funeral home. But I'm on mute. Anyways, yeah, let's go.
Running at one point.
I don't think I did, but.
In a grand jury testimony, maybe, okay, well, regardless, he's coming to the school. You testified that you perceived, because you're looking through the door, you perceived that he was shooting towards the south side of the building. Would you also agree that from where the door is, the perception is everything to the left of this door is the south side, is towards the south side of the building? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
So if he was shooting out these windows, that could be perceived by you, understandably, through that little window of him shooting towards, because it is towards the south side of the building, but hitting these windows. Is that a fair statement? Anything to this side of you is the south side of the building, right? Towards the south side. Because this is the south entrance.
Right, correct.
This is considered the east entrance.
Correct.
There's no north entrance, but this is the north side of the building.
Correct.
Of the school, and this is actually the front of the school.
Correct.
Okay. So this is considered the west side of the school. And so anything to this side of this entrance appears like the south side.
Right.
Because it is actually, right?
Right.
It's towards the south side. And you didn't know at the time, but you knew he was shooting, and later you found out that he was shooting out these windows.
When he was here, walking here, he was already shooting to the south direction.
Right, to the south direction. You just couldn't tell what part of it.
Right.
Okay. So he was shooting in this direction.
Correct.
Okay. And we'll ask somebody else about shell casings if there's any evidence of that. Okay. And so when he did that, you can hear. And have you seen the video from inside the school?
Yes.
Okay. And we're gonna go slow on that one. Okay. And so while you're on the phone, you are yelling down for everyone to get in their classrooms.
Yes.
And is there a system to warn other teachers of incidents like bailouts on the phone? Is it like a texting system?
They have a Raptor system, the school district does.
Raptor. And was that, but you were notified of it, you knew about the Raptor system, right?
I knew about it, but I wasn't on it.
Fair enough. But the purpose of the system is for teachers to text each other incidents.
I don't know if they text each other.
I'm gonna object. That's speculation. She already said she didn't have it on her phone and she never got it. So at this point, testimony about speculation on her part.
Well, just she answered the question. That's fine.
Okay, proceed.
But you know that things like a bailout could be communicated between teachers.
I'm gonna object as to bail out. I mean, he's got to lay a predicate that she even knows what a bailout is.
I was about to do that.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule the objection. Ma'am, these questions, if you know the answer, you can answer them. If you don't, just tell me. Okay, proceed.
And if you don't understand any of my questions, you say, Nico, I don't understand your question, and I'll ask you again, okay?
Yes, sir.
And don't answer a question that you don't know.
Okay.
There's a rule of evidence that you have to have personal knowledge. I'm gonna do my best not to ask you a question you don't have personal knowledge of, but you can check my homework and tell me if I'm wrong, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so do you know what a bailout is?
I do.
Okay, will you please describe to the jury what a bailout is?
It is when a vehicle is being chased by a police officer, police vehicles. And if the people being chased get out of their vehicle and run out.
That is correct. And that school had dealt with a lot of bailouts.
Objection calls for speculation.
Judge, if she knows.
If you know, ma'am, only if you know.
I don't know, not that school.
Okay, but you'd only been there a month.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But what you do know about that school is that school did not have a full-time officer assigned to it.
They did not.
And that's not your decision. That's more of a school district decision, right?
Correct.
Do you know if anybody had complained about that school not having a specific full-time officer or officers?
I do not know.
Did you have occasion, or did you know if any of the teachers down the hall heard you when you were screaming at them to get in the classrooms?
I know I saw one teacher standing in the hallway when I was screaming for them to get in their rooms.
Do you know if the individual classrooms have the ability to be locked and secured from any type of intruder?
I do not know.
How long have you worked in the school, academia?
25 years.
Is it fair to say that most schools have locks from the inside to stop someone from entering?
I'm gonna object as to speculation as to most schools.
I'll clean it
You
up.
rephrase it.
Have all the schools that you've worked at over the 25 years have locks to be able to lock from the inside?
I do not know.
Most of the schools you've worked at.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
You can say no.
I do not know.
You don't know. Fair enough. I want to ask you about the specific doors at this school, Robb Elementary. Are you aware that there was issues with teachers locking doors?
I do not know.
Are you aware that there were issues of doors not being able to lock in the first place, even if someone wanted to lock them?
I was not aware.
But it was your impression, and you fully believed that that west side door was locked.
Yes, sir.
Did you later come to find out that that door was not locked?
I didn't find out until about a year after.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I said later. So later on, and let me just be very clear. That's not your fault. You didn't unlock that door, okay? So I'm not saying that or suggesting that in the slightest, but later on you found out that that door had not been locked. Correct?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Later on you found out that that west side door was not locked. You were treated like it was locked, but it was not locked.
Correct.
And that was not your fault.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Pastor Williams.
Any more questions? Judge, you may just witness be excused.
So did you?
Hey, Jim. Okay, I'm going to smoke. I'm
Okay, man, you are released.
I'm
You're not
still
subject to
here
recall. Thank you very much.
smoking.
Nice listen.
Mr. Hill?
Randy?
Good afternoon, sir. Would you just come on, stand right there and raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, this is our witness stand over here. If you'll have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone will adjust, make it comfortable for you. Speak up so everybody can hear you. Have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Hill.
Morning.
How are you feeling?
Good.
Nervous a little?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you come over from Uvalde?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you live?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived there?
Since I was born.
That's not your whole life?
Yes, sir.
And back in 2022, what part of Uvalde did you live in?
The same place.
The same place you live now? And is Uvalde in Uvalde County, Texas? I need to ask that too, I guess.
Yes.
Thank you. And tell me what you live next to or near.
Right in front of the school.
Right in front of the school? Which school is that?
Rub.
Okay. And is there a funeral home close by too?
Yes, sir.
And where is it from where you live?
Towards the west.
Okay. And the place that you live, still live, by Robb Elementary School, were you home?
Yes, sir.
On that morning of the 24th?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing?
Getting ready for work.
And that was about 11:30 or so?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did something catch your attention out of the ordinary though?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell the jury what that was?
At first I thought it was construction, but kept going on for a while, so I just thought it might be gunshots.
So at first it sounded construction. Can
Maybe
you
someone-
describe that a little more for me so we can understand the sound?
A nail gun, someone banging on their house. I don't really remember.
Like a nail gun?
Mhm.
Okay, so you attached it to construction. Are you in the construction business?
No, sir.
Okay. And after you heard that for a while, then you changed your mind?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what you changed your mind to?
I thought maybe that's a firearm.
Okay. Where were you when you heard these things?
In the restroom, getting ready for work.
Inside your
Inside the
your
house.
home?
Yes, sir.
And you could still hear those sounds?
Yes, sir.
It sounded like a nail gun and then like a gunshot. So what did you do?
I went to my window.
And where is your window?
I don't really know how.
Is it on the first floor, second floor?
Second.
Huh?
Second floor?
On the second floor?
Yes, sir.
What did you do from the second floor?
Looked out the window.
Okay. Did you do anything other than look out the window?
Not right away, no.
Okay. Well, tell us what you saw as you looked out the window.
At first, Nothing really. And then I looked out again and I saw someone about to go into the school.
Someone what?
About to go into the school.
Okay. Could you describe what he looked like?
I don't remember.
Okay. Other than looking out the window, did you do anything else?
I took a video
And how did you take the video?
on my phone.
And is it a relatively short video?
I believe so. I don't really remember.
Okay.
We don't object to the video.
Okay. Thank you. At this time, then, Your Honor, we'd offer State's Exhibit 18. And I'm going to ask not to play it at this time, but to finish my directive, pass the witness and then play it. That's okay.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
Did you eventually turn that video over to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Hill, I'm Nico Hood. I represent Adrian, one of the lawyers who represents him. Have you testified before?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you questions. I'm not going to go at you, but I do want your full name for the record. What's your first name?
Jose.
Jose Hill. And he, is it G-I-L or H-I-L-L?
H-I-O-L.
Okay, because he can be G-I-L, right? You spell it a different way. So you look out the window, and from your window, you can see the parking lot of Robb Elementary, or a corner of it.
No.
No? Well, you can see the west side entrance, maybe?
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Okay, and the west side entrance from your window, what's behind your view from the window and behind the west side entrance?
Just an empty field next to the alley.
Is there something between the empty field and the alley and then the west side entrance?
A ditch?
There's not a parking lot. Is there, let me ask you in general, is there a parking lot on the west side, outside the west
Yeah,
side?
I guess so. It was just gravel, but yeah, I guess.
Was it paved back then?
I don't remember.
But did you watch the person that entered the west side entrance for a while, or was it just kind of
It was just
momentarily?
quick, momentarily.
Why did you get a video? Why did you start your camera?
Because I can't see very well, so I was like, wait, is someone actually going in there? Is someone actually holding a firearm? Pretty much it.
And I know you don't want to watch the video, and I respect that, but what will the jury eventually see from that window, from your recollection, from your video?
Maybe just like 2 seconds of him going to the school.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Hill. Pass the witness.
No further questions.
Recall, anybody?
No, Your Honor.
No recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're excused from the subpoena. Thank you. Safe travels. All right, Mr.
May we display Exhibit 18 to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, others?
Thank you, Your Honor. Next call, Agent Gwen.
Sir, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat over here. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
May I proceed?
Please.
Would you tell us your name, please?
My name is Huy Nguyen. That's Huynguen.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm currently a special agent with the FBI in San Antonio.
How long have you been with the San Antonio FBI office?
I got to the San Antonio division in 2012.
And what do you do for the FBI?
I'm a human agent. What I do is I go out and collect informants. But one of my auxiliary duties is also evidence response team.
And would you tell us what an evidence response team is?
The evidence response team is a crime scene team, right? We go out and we process crime scene, collect evidence, take photographs, write reports, and present it to juries and law enforcement.
And prior to working for the FBI, could you tell us what your background was?
I worked for 10 years with the Texas DPS Crime Laboratory as a DNA analyst. Then from there, I went to the FBI in 2004.
And what is a DPS analyst with the FBI? I mean, with the DPS, excuse me.
So there's several different types of forensic scientists with the DPS crime lab. Some do drug analysis, some do alcohol analysis. I did DNA analysis, meaning I worked with body fluids to determine the origin and match them to suspects or victims.
When you started working as an evidence collection team, is there any special training that goes along with that, or is it all experience?
It's a combination of both, right? You get certified in the beginning. For the FBI, there's a 2-week course close to Quantico, Virginia. You go there and you learn all the basics of forensics, crime scene reconstruction.
And could you also tell us about your familiarity with firearms and ammunition?
Well, I'm currently a special agent, so I do carry a firearm. I've been trained in the use of firearms.
And as far as ammunition at the crime scene, what kind of parts of the ammunition is important to you as you collect evidence at a crime scene?
Well, when you go to a crime scene, you look for anything that's, maybe shouldn't be there or is pertinent to the scene. So in this instance, regarding the question, spent casings, right? When a bullet gets fired, a casing is left behind. The casing could have evidence on there that could identify the gun. If the bullet from it, like it's shot, could be used to identify also what type of ammunition was used. So all this evidence can be linked together and provide like a profile of what happened.
And just generally, how is ammunition classified, or bullets, casing, cartridges? You said you can identify. Can you identify it by caliber?
Oh, sure. So they come in different sizes, right? The calibers. You can identify them by mainly the caliber, how powerful the weapon would be, whether it's not.
Maybe I'll have to wear them like this. I don't know.
Just the marks that are left on the casing
weird.
after it's fired.
I hate that my head is so
So there's
small.
different characteristics you can look at with ammunition.
And also, do the manufacturers of those casings, do they attach their symbols or emblems to the casings?
Typically, yes, on the around the rim of the casing.
So that can also tell you whether or not a similar round has been fired multiple times as opposed to different types of ammunition. Is that correct?
Well, if you see a bunch of
Doesn't
casings
say
on the
your
ground,
right
at a crime
ear,
scene, you can
left
probably
ear.
link them together by the manufacturer. Sometimes they have a number on it, which also corresponds to could be the year that was manufactured. So you can take a look and see.
Better than the
if
motherfuckers, I'll
And based
tell
on
you
your work,
what.
are you familiar generally with the difference between a rifle casing and a pistol casing?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious the size of it.
By size alone. And describe for us the difference in the size.
Length.
Well,
Length, width.
if you take a pistol, like a handgun, it's the casings the bullets are much smaller, right? And they could be wider. The rifle rounds, depending on the
Thank you.
caliber,
See?
could be longer.
I don't know
more
nothing
narrow than
about
a
firearms. I don't know.
And tell me, there's been a little bit of
I
discussion
don't know
about when you find
nothing. I don't know
casing.
nothing.
Is there any
Nothing.
scientific
I
specificity
tell you,
as to when you find a
I
casing?
don't know nothing.
Oh, so you're asking where I find the casing? Could I tell where a shooter could possibly be? Is that the question? So if a round is fired, if from a semi-automatic, right, a gun that will automatically eject the casing. So when somebody shoots a gun, the bullet will be propelled out of the gun. Correct. The casing is left behind. The casing is what holds a gunpowder. Okay. The casing will get ejected out and get tossed. Depending on the gun, depending on the how much gunpowder is in it, it'll get tossed a certain distance away. So typically, when you see a casing on the ground, you can sort of guess as to how far away a shooter could be from that.
But there's a lot of things that affect being specific about that. Is that correct?
Sure. If you hit if a casing hits the grass, it's not going to roll anywhere. If it hits concrete, it can bounce. It could roll away. If it's on a gradient, it could roll down. So a lot of things you got to factor the whole condition of the scene.
Fair enough. Does the position of the gun when the casing is ejected, does that also affect where the casing would end up?
The position of the gun.
How the gun is being held, I suppose is a better way to say it.
Well, the ejection port on a gun is usually on the right-hand side of the gun, right? So if you hold a gun here, the casing is going to get ejected to the right. So how the gun is held, I guess if you mean if it's pointed up or pointed forward.
Let me kind of demonstrate. So
Okay.
if you point the normal gun straight ahead, the
Mhm.
ejection usually is to the right.
Yes.
Since I'm left-handed, that means it comes from my face, right?
Well, it'll come away to the right, not at your face.
But by the same token, if you turn the gun down, would that affect where the gun was in comparison to where the casing ends up?
Okay, so if you shoot with the gun sideways, so the ejection port is pointed down, that's where the casing is going to get ejected. It's not going to go as far if it was pointed with the ejection port going this way, right?
Nope.
It would go
Yep.
out,
Yep.
pointed down, it would go down.
And by the same
That way it
token,
would
if the
have to
ejection
go
point is pointed more up, that's going to change the
or
trajectory
this
too.
way, boom.
How far the casing would go?
Yes.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so as far as being very specific, do you believe we can be very specific about where a casing lands as to where the gun was fired that left that casing?
I wouldn't say specific. I'd say more generally you would know where the shooter would probably be at, but I don't think you can say with a definite degree, oh, he has to be standing right here.
And if you have a grouping of casings in a specific point, that assists too, I suppose.
Yeah, a grouping of casings in the same area together gives you a better idea rather than just one casing. Okay, because there's multiple shots being fired, they all land in the same spot. Well, typically the shooter would be around that radius, distance around that the casings.
And I want to move to the second stage then, after the casing is originally deposited.
Mhm.
Are there things that affect its movement thereafter?
Well, like I said, if you're on a gradient,
Like
it can roll
when
down. If it's on grass, it's going to stay right there because the grass is going to keep it from rolling. If somebody comes along and kicks it, so there could be other factors that could influence where it could be by the time we get there to see it.
Okay. And so if it's a high trafficked area, then that could also affect where the casing started versus where it was when you picked it up.
Yeah, the time between when it was shot and the time that when we get there, anything that goes through that scene could change how the scene is.
And did you investigate a scene on or about May 24th, 2022?
We did.
And what scene was that?
It was at Robb Elementary in Uvalde.
And how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was actually in San Antonio at the time, and I was the acting team leader for our team. Got a phone call saying, hey, our assistance is being requested to go out to Uvalde to process a scene.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And when did you get there?
By the time we mobilized, let's see, this is approximate. It takes about what, an hour and 15, I would depending on how fast you drive from San Antonio to Uvalde. So we probably got there closer to around 2 o'clock, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a few years.
And can you describe the scene as just in general terms when you got there?
Lots of police cars, lots of activity. It was
God,
we
they
were trying to
had
figure out where to go.
300
First, we were told to go to the
cops out
hospital to pick up evidence from victims there, and then plans changed, and we were told to head to the elementary school, and that's where we went. And then we, try to figure out where do we begin? What are our taskings? What is being asked of us, right? So we were being asked to support the Texas Rangers, and we were asked to process the outside of the school.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Would you tell us how you did it?
Well, it's pretty large property, to school with a.
Hey, DA, would you stop with that? Well, did you do that? Stop with that. Yes, he did that. Yes, he did that. Else he wouldn't be here, dude. Stop asking dumb questions, please.
The grounds of the school. So what we did was we have to take photographs first, right? Before we start anything, we take photographs of the general scene. In order to start looking for evidence, because we were looking for casings, right? We knew the general idea of what happened. So our main focus was, okay, let's find the casings. We knew where there was this truck on the far side of the school. So we started from there, did a line search. And what that means is you stretch out in a line, we get all your personnel in a line, and you slowly walk together, and everybody's looking down at the ground to see if they can find any evidence. And if you find anything, you place a flag there so that we can come back to it later. Before we pick up any evidence, we take a picture of it in place so we know what it looks like. And we take it like medium range, long range, close up. So we have an idea of where the evidence is in relation to the rest of the scene, right? So there's a lot of documentation before we actually pick up the evidence.
But as far as the flags and the photographs, that accurately depicts where y'all saw it at the time or before it was picked up.
Yes.
You can't tell us what happened to it if it was kicked or moved around beforehand. But as far as the photographs, they're going to accurately tell us where you located them. Is that correct?
The flags indicate exactly where we saw it when we got there at that time.
Okay. Yeah, approach for a second, Trevor.
Yes, sir.
Could you step?
Okay.
I'll give you just a second to orient the dish that you were talking about, where the truck was. Rock Elementary School, the 4th grade wings, south grounds, and the west grounds. Okay. Do you recall that saying?
Yes.
Okay. And so you use this pointer, and we do have jurors that are all the way across, so that's why I have the pointer, so they can just go over just a touch from them. Could you show the jury what area you conducted the line searches?
Okay. So when we arrived, this is a funeral home across the street. We parked our vehicles here. And then the subject vehicle is over here to the west of the school. So we started our line search from over here and walked slowly towards the school. And anytime we saw any rounds or any casings or any other evidence, we put a flag there to mark it, so we come back later and take more detailed photographs of it. And we slowly made our way from the school. We also line searched all this area too, and around here.
So the line search was the west side of the school?
Yes, and also out here too.
The north side or the northwest side of the school?
Yes.
The south side of the school,
Yes.
at least above this pavilion?
Yes.
As well as you looked on the east side of this 4th grade wing?
Yes.
And that was all conducted with line search?
Yes.
Did you find any casings on the east side of the building?
No, we did not.
And so your testimony is going to be concerning what you saw on the west side and the south side. Is that correct?
Yes, around here and around here. We did find some evidence. I think there was a round right over here. And then we also found something over here.
And were those fired or unfired?
Those are actual bullets. So the bullet was still on the casing, so it wasn't fired.
So those were 2 that were unfired?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, that's good.
And did you have a chance to review the photographs that your team took as part of this crime scene investigation?
Yes.
And as you looked at them, was it a fair and accurate representation of the crime scene that you conducted?
Yes.
Your tender states exhibits 85 through 149 to the defense.
We know what the gunman did. What did the cop do? That's what I want to hear.
85 through 149. I didn't have it turned on.
Do 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 do. Shouldn't you have all your shit together there, prosecutor? Huh? Eh, eh. Just saying. Shouldn't you have all your fucking shit together? I don't want to see man blood, no. No, I want to see. I just want them to have their shit together. Shit together. But I want to know what dude did. Like, I don't care about the person that caused all this bullshit. I want to know what dude did. Why we here? Like, all this extra shit is just to garner sympathy. I can't do it. I'm going to cuss your motherfucking asses out. Come on! Do 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 do. Oh, I think we're going over the pictures, trying to figure out which bloody pictures can I fucking show. Let me ask if I could show these. Can I show these? Can I garner some sympathy? Can I make them mad and want to, show retribution? They're going to be mad and they're going to be like, yeah, F this cop. F this motherfucking cop. When the name is even, he didn't do it. He didn't do it. Yeah, should he have fucking acted faster? Yeah, he should have. But he didn't do it. Like, what are we doing here? Come on. This is some bullshit. Do 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 do. Shouldn't you have all this shit together before you even fucking have a jury seated, motherfuckers? Do 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 do. I couldn't be on the jury. I'd be fucking snapping. Mm-hmm. Good thing, like the one that I went for. Thank God she fucking pled guilty, cause baby. Anything with the kid, like I'm like, come on, like what are we doing? But what did he do? Like, you can't blame him for what the fucking piece of shit fucking gunman did. Like, what are we doing? The gunman's dead. They got the gunman. It may have took them a million hours, but they still got the gunman. Yes, there was a lot of kids injured in the process. There was a lot of kids killed in the process. However, you're trying to make them pay for what the gunman did. It's not their fault. Yes, they should have acted faster. Yes, I think they should have lost their jobs. Yes, I think they shouldn't be in no fucking other cop position ever again. Yes. All the above. However, I don't think this is the right call. And it's basically because the parents they want somebody to be held accountable. Because, a lot of us looked at it saying, oh shit, you should have jumped into action. Well, how can you jump into action? They needed shit. I mean, there's a lot of times where fucking PDs are supposed to say, oh, well, if you got to fucking get an active shooter, you're supposed to call the SWAT team type shit because you need ballistic shields and all that dumb shit. And they waited like 2 hours for fucking border patrol or some shit. Anywho. Let me stop ranting and raving. Oh, yay! We're actually gonna do some shit. Hello. Come on, fucking prosecutor. You should have had this shit all fucking prepared. You should have known what fucking witnesses you're calling, what you're going to need during those witness examinations, and have them all fucking, right there waiting for you so you don't have to do shit like this because this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Grounds of the West Building, 4th grade.
Okay, can we start with exhibit 85? Can you explain to us what we're looking at here?
This is the west side of the elementary school.
Okay, and at the very top of the photograph, exhibit 85, is that the south side of the building?
Yes.
And toward that top side of the building.
Oh, let me.
The line serves across there, is that correct?
Let me do this.
And I'm going to ask you this time, not what you found, but what you didn't find. Did you find any casings of a pistol on the south side of the building?
No.
And there was a thorough search?
Yes, we did it multiple times.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 86? Could you tell us what we're looking at?
No,
here?
it's just an
The same west side of the building.
And if we will, would you approach the TV and show us on the north or the top right-hand corner if you see any vehicles, very top right-hand corner? Oh, this one here? Yes, sir. Is there a vehicle over there?
Yes.
White in color?
Yes.
Did you search all the way to that vehicle?
Yes.
And all the way from that vehicle back through the parking lot?
Yes.
And were there any pistol or handgun casings found in that location?
No.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 87, do you know who Kirby Howell is?
Yes.
And would you tell the jury who he is?
She is our
I'm
photographer.
sorry?
Yes.
She's your photographer?
Yes, our full-time FBI photographer in San Antonio.
So does this document that these are the photographs that she took?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 88, could you tell us in general terms where we're looking now?
This is the west side of the school building.
And is there anything specific there as far as red flags that you have marked?
Red flags denote anything that we believe was evidence. And you can also see a backpack there.
And when photographs are taken, are they taken in a series? By that I mean, do you start wide and then get closer to close-ups in general terms?
So typically, yes, when we see evidence, we take a long-range shot, so we see where it is in relation to the rest of the scene. We do a medium-range shot to get a better look at it in relation to the rest of the scene, and then we do a close-up shot to see what it actually looks like before we pick it up.
Okay. So with Exhibit 88, could you tell us where the photographer is standing and what direction they're looking?
The wall, if you look at the wall, that's the west side of the school building. So she's standing looking at the west side of the school building.
And that whole west walkway or that whole area there is fairly unobstructed, is that correct?
Unobstructed as in
I mean, there's
obstacles?
no trees.
No, you're correct, yes.
It's a wide open space.
Yes.
Until you get down to the very end?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any of y'all's red flags there?
Yes.
Would you point those out?
There's one right here, there's one right there, there.
Okay.
God, I can't see.
And State's Exhibit 89.
Okay, I see one
Would you tell us
there,
what we're
one
looking at
there.
This is a more medium-range shot, so now you see a little more detail.
I
There's
see
a backpack.
the little
There's a number
markers.
1 placard. So when we do our search, we find what we believe is evidence. We put a flag to note the location. When we come back later,
Okay.
we start assigning evidence item numbers to it to differentiate it from everything else. So in this particular instance, the number 1 was assigned to the backpack.
And that, how do you decide which number gets what piece of evidence?
It's sequential. As we go along, as we see, and we start documenting each item, we lay the numbers down in sequence.
And to be clear on sequence, we're not talking about when a shot was fired. We're talking about is the sequence when y'all found the casing.
It's not when we find the casing, it's when we start picking up the casing or the evidence. Because as we're doing the search, we could find a whole bunch of evidence and we start placing flags. As soon as we start collecting, the first item we collect gets the number 1, and everything after that is in sequence.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 90. Could you tell us about that exhibit?
It's the same shot, except a little bit closer.
And what are we looking at as Exhibit 1?
It's a backpack.
And in general terms, what was the condition of
Hey,
the
why
backpack?
ain't you showing it, motherfucker?
It was on the ground open with the pockets open.
State's Exhibit 91.
Okay.
Would you describe State's Exhibit 91?
You see the backpack is open, but you also see, can I get up?
Yes, sir, please.
There's also a magazine with see a bullet.
Thank you. And State's Exhibit 92.
This is,
Go ahead.
I apologize. So this is inside the interior of the backpack. So you can see additional bullets in them.
So in general terms, this backpack was full of magazines with bullets in them?
That's correct.
Damn. You had like over, I
Exhibit
can't
93.
remember how many.
Okay.
You had a
Would you
fucking
tell us about that?
slew of them.
So now we're moving on to the next item of evidence. So you see a number 2 marker And that's what we collected after that backpack.
And as we close up on it, does that show you what the marker is marking?
Yes.
And what was that marker marking?
There's a casing there.
And State's Exhibit 95, does that show a close-up of that casing?
Yes.
Turning next to Exhibit 96, is that once again one of these kind of wider views so we can tell where the casings are located?
Yes.
And would you tell us what exhibit numbers are depicted in State's Exhibit 96?
In this particular photo, mind you, this is again the west wall, and you see 3, 4, and 5.
Okay. And just to make sure, I think you've made it clear, but the fact that casing may be labeled 3, another one 4, you're not trying to tell us what order those casings were fired in, are you?
That's correct. That's not the order, it's the order in which we pick it up.
In other words, 3 could be deposited first or before 5, or 5 could be deposited before 3.
We don't know when the items were deposited.
Okay. And the last question I'll have generally about casings being deposited, that is at a specific point in time. Is that correct? The casing could have been deposited there.
Yes.
So that where the gun was 5 seconds before or 5 seconds after, you can't tell from looking at the placement of a casing.
No.
That is, a gunman could move from left to right, right to left, or up to down, down to up. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can't make any inference like that.
I need
At
you
some
to
point, we
have
have
a
to also listen to
profile pic
eyewitnesses or witnesses to the account. Is that correct?
with your
Sure,
hoochie
take everything
daddy
into account.
story, sir. Oh, West Sider Rider, while you're here, I need to talk to you. Remember the last time you were here and you said that, now let me get you out of my face. I mean, you're really putting tomato on my face. Remember when you said that you were offended? But if you're in the clouds, pop down. I really hope that you weren't offended. And if you were, even though it wasn't me, I apologize for that. If you were offended. Because I've missed you. I haven't seen you around for a minute, so yeah. Manhood was curious. Okay, that's what. Okay. Okay, I mean, because, yeah, yeah. I mean, that whole shit was a little ridiculous. I felt really uncomfortable. But I'm glad you weren't truly offended. You were just saying you were offended. That's what we were hoping. We were like, oh, he was probably trolling about that. You know what I mean? About you being offended. So I just wanted to make sure, because we haven't seen you. We missed you. I don't know if it's still in the clouds. If she is, she'll pop down.
Thank you. And so Exhibit 97.
This is a closer view of that, of those 3 items that we saw in the last picture.
And this is consistent with how you photograph each of these exhibits, correct?
Yes.
You show generally where it's located and close in.
Yes.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 98. Can you tell us what that is?
That's another rifle round.
As now you weren't here for the whole situation. Now stop.
An additional rifle round.
And it's labeled as exhibit.
Is that a fucking
Yes.
live
Evidence item
round?
number 4.
Yeah, that's a live round. Huh?
State's Exhibit 100.
That's evidence item number 5, another rifle round.
And would you
Oh no, it's not. It's fucking. It's shot. The little thing.
And just in general terms, the casing that we're looking at, is that
A
consistent
little-
with the other casings that you picked up to this point?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
how are those
either do
casings
I,
all
but I
consistent
just
with
gotta
a,
make sure, you know.
handgun round?
They're longer and more narrow.
So it's obvious to see from an investigator.
You're one of my true supporters. I want to make sure, you know. Like, yeah. All right. Okay, let me stop being a Karen and be Karen, not Karen so much. Let me Karen.
State's Exhibit 101. Could you tell us what that exhibit is?
That's another view. That's the west side. Can I get up one?
Yes, please do.
This is still the west side of the building. And this is the walkway.
Okay, see a little flaggy thought
And
flag
there
there.
are flags and tents markers there for evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you point those out?
See one here. You see one there. See one there. One here.
And in addition to that, before you sit down, do you see that a black car parked in the same place we saw earlier?
This one here.
Okay. Thank you.
I hate the long range, man. I can't see shit.
Exhibit 102. Would you describe that for us?
That's evidence item number 6. There's a flag marking where it's at, and it's about to be picked up because that's when it got its number.
And just to be clear, that's on the southwest side of the 4th grade wing.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 103.
This is a close-up shot of it. The casing, you can see a casing.
And I think we can close up a little closer, maybe. Could you point out then where that casing is? And let me just interject here. Of all these, so I don't have to keep asking, are all of these casings that you picked up then on the south and the west side, were they all the same type of casing?
The casings, yes.
Now, there were unfired cartridges, is that correct?
There was 2, I believe.
And they were not the same as these fired casings, is that correct?
That's correct.
But all of the fired casings were, in general terms, the same
Yes.
casings. Thank you. And we just looked at marker number 6, and so I'm going to keep up with that numbering system. Would you tell us what exhibit 105 is?
It's a black glove.
Okay. And did you know the significance of that at the time?
No, it just stood out because it was in the parking lot by itself like that. So, we don't know
I wonder if he had a
what
glove
the
on.
importance of it is, but it stood out. So we marked it and we collected it.
And it's not your job to determine if it belonged to the gunman or a police officer, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's exhibit 106.
Oh,
just
it
to
could
close
be a
up that.
cop.
That's correct.
And state's exhibit 107. Could you tell us what we're looking at here, the general area we're looking at?
That's the southwest corner of that parking lot that faces the west side of the building. And you see some flags marking where some casings were found. And then you also see the number cards so that we're about to pick up those casings.
Just to be, I just want to make sure because it's not quite wide enough for us to know exactly where we're talking about. So let me just hold this up. And could you show us, this is once again, is the Robin Elementary 4th grade in the parking lot. Could you show us where those?
So this is the parking lot right on the west side of the building. Most of our attention was over here where we collected most of our evidence. And in this particular last shot, the evidence is down here.
Right here, kind of where there's this elbow in the parking lot.
Yeah, you'll be able to see the corner right here.
We can see the elbow.
Yes.
So some casings are behind the elbow and some are in front of the elbow.
Correct.
Excuse me?
Did you say something?
You're leading us to
And I'll ask you if then the photographer zeroed in, closed in on these casings.
Yes.
So showing you State's exhibit 108,
That's evidence item number 8.
similar casing.
Yes.
And State's exhibit 109,
You can see where item number 9 and item number 10 are in relation to each other.
and State's exhibit 110,
That's another casing, item number 9.
and 111.
An additional casing, number 10.
And would you tell us, describe for us what exhibit 112 is?
This is a photograph of the same parking lot and the grass bordering the parking lot and additional rounds that were found, casings that were found there.
And those the quad vehicle, is it there?
You can see, can I point it?
Yes, sir. Please point those out. And is there a second vehicle there also?
Yes.
Would you point that out too? Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
So closing in now, State's exhibit 113
That's a casing,
and State's exhibit 114,
another casing.
as marker number 12.
Yes, casing.
State's exhibit 115,
Is it another casing that we found?
marker number 13,
Yes.
and State's exhibit 116, does that close in on that casing?
Yes.
Okay, taking you to a new area then, that is not on the west side, is that correct?
This is actually on the north side.
And that has the next number, exhibit number 14, is that correct?
Our evidence item number 14.
Evidence
Yes.
number 14. Does that indicate that that's when y'all found that one?
No, it just meant that that's the next item in line that we were collecting.
Okay. And closing in on exhibit 14
You can see that's an entire bullet. This hasn't been fired yet.
and closing in on it.
It's a close-up shot.
And is the casing, could you describe that and any differences that there may be?
Yeah,
between
it's a
that
light
and the
brown.
casings that you found?
This one's actually black and also has the bullet that's still attached at the front.
And State's exhibit 120.
This is item number 15. This is in the northwest corner across the street from the school at the funeral home.
Wow.
And closing in on that exhibit 121.
You can see that's a bullet also. There's a casing with a bullet attached to the front still.
And it's a little difficult to see. Would you kind of point that out for us? Both the cartridge and the bullet part.
So here's a casing. You can see right here, that's a bullet part.
And that was evidence marker 15, is that correct?
That's correct.
Returning now to the west side, showing you State's exhibit 122, would you describe what we're looking at here?
You can see 2 more flags showing that there's 2 more pieces of evidence that need to be collected.
And State's exhibit number 123
That's evidence item number 16, a casing.
and 124.
That's evidence item number 17, another casing.
And exhibit 125.
additional casings that were found. So we marked them again with flags and also with the number cards.
And as in relationships with the building, what part of the building are we looking at there?
This is the western side of the building. The air conditioning, those 6 units are on the south side.
So it's the southwest corner.
Yes.
And those exhibit numbers that we can see from that photograph, exhibit 125 are?
Item number 19 and item number 18.
And states exhibit 126?
That's a closer up view of it.
And 127?
You can see the casing.
Exhibit number 18?
That's correct.
And 128?
A close-up shot of number 18, another casing.
Exhibit 1, excuse me, bounce back. Exhibit 129.
That's item number 19, another casing. It's
Oh,
another close-up shot.
Thank you. And exhibit 130, excuse me, I was on 130. That's a close-up of it. Thank you. Exhibit 131.
Additional items that we've found. That's still the west side.
And are we looking down toward the south or toward the north at this point?
You're looking down towards the south. See where the little metal gate fencing is? That's where those 6 air conditioning units were.
And can you read from where you are the evidence marker numbers and generally what we're looking at?
I see 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Thank you. Exhibit 132.
That's just another shot of the same items.
And 133.
Oh, there.
You see items 20, 21, 22, and
What
23.
happened to the?
Now we see the close-up
They come with
of
that?
each item. So this is item number 20.
That's exhibit 134. Excuse me. 135.
That's item number 21, another casing.
Exhibit number 136.
That's our evidence item number 22, another casing.
Exhibit 137.
And evidence item number 23, another casing.
130. It's bouncing back on me. Exhibit 138
That's evidence number 24.
and exhibit 139.
You can see now the
Hey,
casing
Rice.
for number 24.
Could you describe for us what we're looking at now? It's exhibit 140.
Okay, this is still the west wall, but now we're moving northward. Okay, so those 6 ACs that you saw are on the far end of the picture. Now we're moving towards the north side.
And are you able to identify any of the evidence markers from where you're sitting?
I see number 25 and 26.
Exhibit 141. Uh-oh.
So now it's a more medium range shot of the items 25 and 26. Item 25, that is a casing.
And item 26,
That's an empty magazine.
How are you, Rice?
indicating all the casings had been expanded.
There are no bullets in there.
Exhibit 144.
Item number 27, and an additional red flags.
Okay, so we're back over here to the southwest side, but once again, this evidence marker means that's when.
How ironic.
Yes, and you can see why we're going back and forth is because it's in grass, it was rainy that day. We were doing additional searches as we were going. So as we were taking pictures, somebody was, oh, we found another one over here. So we would backtrack to where we were before.
Okay, so that's an additional casing on the southwest corner.
Yes.
And once again, the white car is in view there.
Yes.
Exhibit 145.
A more medium range shot of 27. There's your,
And 146.
and that's the close up of number 27, another casing.
147. Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
You can see a flag, but you can also see a like a red biohazard garbage bag.
And is there a doorway there?
Yes.
Is that the west doorway into the fourth grade wing?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here? In exhibit 148.
Item number 28.
And a close-up of that.
There's actually a bullet. You can see the bullet that's still attached to the casing.
So this was also an unfired cartridge casing, is that correct?
Correct.
Just had a few more questions. May I approach your honor? Sir. Showing you state's exhibit number 19, which is 20 envelopes, and ask you if you recognize your name as well as a description of the evidence.
Oh my God, here we go again.
Yes, my name is on them.
Here we go again.
State Archive Exhibit 9.
Do, 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 do. We're waiting. We're waiting. Come on, man. Have your shit together. God. 20 of you guys there, and you guys don't have the shit ready. Fucking irritating as fuck. Where's my other little flat? My other. Oh, it's right there. Okay. I was gonna get pissed. Do 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 do. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Okay, I gotta call the school as well. I mean, 2. Hit the like, share the like. Thank you. Come on, man. For fuck's sake, this is taking forever, you know?
Just for the record, State Exhibit 19 of the 20 fire LC 22 cases that you recovered at Rod Elementary that night. Is that correct?
Was there 20? I mean, I didn't count.
That was unfair on the.
Uh, 21.
21. Thank you for correcting me. We offer as amended, Your Honor. 21 cases.
This one is it, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's submitted 19.
That's witness.
I'm talking about the DA. He should have
Good
his
afternoon, so I don't want to keep you too long from lunch. So let's take
Oh, for fuck's sake. Anywho, Hood, you dropped down a little too late. West Sider Ryder was here. I don't know if he's still here or not, but I talked to him and he said he don't take this YouTube shit fucking serious. So he was joking. He said, and we said, well, we needed to make sure he was trolling and really not offended. So yeah. But anyways, he don't answer. Okay, well, I'll cuss him out the next time, you know? I'll cuss his ass out next time. He's in here. I'll tell him, answer your damn emails for Hood, motherfucker. And I told him, can we get a profile pic with him and his hoochie daddy shorts on? Yeah, I asked that. Okay, they're taking a break or lunch or whatever they're doing. And we're going to skip right past it.
my problem, I don't think there's a whole lot of places to eat around here, so let's resume at, where's you, they usually get an hour and a half. Let's make it 1:45. You can be back at 1:45. Please remember my instructions. Agent, you can step down. The rule has been invoked. You're familiar with that. Please don't discuss the case with anybody other than the lawyers until you're released from the scene. All right, we're recessed for everyone rise for the jury. We're going to let them get out first, ladies and gentlemen, since they have to go eat and get back by 1:45. So if you wouldn't mind remaining in the courtroom.
1:45. Well, shit. Maybe he'll have his shit together by then. Fucking fuck. Goddamn DA. I mean, shit. God, I'm done waiting around for the ding, 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 dum, dum, dum. Okay, here we go. Here we go. He might have said he doesn't take it serious. No, now stop it. Come on, you men take this YouTube totally different than us women. Not us women. Some of us women, I should say. Because some of us women are really fucking emotional.
Members of the jury, when we recess, the witness
I mean, I'm emotional.
so you may proceed when you're ready.
You know, I'm emotional about
Great. Good. My name's Gary Hilliard.
I can be emotional.
You know that
We all
one of the
can.
attorneys here representing Adrian.
Yes.
You testified before, right?
Yes.
Probably a lot of times.
Yes.
So you know I have to ask you some questions.
Sure.
There are no trick questions. So if I tend to speak fast sometimes, if I am, please just say, hey, Gary, slow down, and I'll repeat my question.
Thank you.
Fair enough? Fair?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So I wanted you I want to go back to the beginning, right, of your testimony. So you said that, so you're are you still in the San Antonio field office?
Oh,
Yes.
let me slow down,
And at the time you were doing a role,
this
your auxiliary
bloke.
role was
This
evidence
bloody
response,
bloke.
and evidence response into for the FBI.
This
That's correct.
bloody
And
bloke.
is that your current role still?
Yes, not so much anymore because I've been really busy,
Right.
but I'm still a
Oh.
member of the team, yes.
And you were the team lead back then.
I was the acting because our original team leader was out of the office at the time.
There we go.
Yes.
Thank you for turning him down.
And
'Cause
before that, I think you
God
said that you were a crime lab analyst.
okay, I'm
Department of
going
Public
to
Safety.
mouth.
Correct.
Was that at the lab in Austin?
No, it was a lab here in Corpus, actually.
Oh, so you worked down in Corpus?
Yes.
And I think that you said that your
Corpus
primary
Christi,
focus
baby.
when you were doing it in Corpus was DNA analysis.
Correct.
And kind of that, I guess that kind of dovetails into one of your auxiliary roles now was the evidence collection.
Correct.
And,
Yes.
and I mean, it must inform how you go about your role now.
Correct.
Yeah. But let's talk about your time as with your FBI forensics. So you said that you obviously went through the academy to become an agent,
Correct.
and then you had additional training. Is that fair to say in the crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Did I hear correctly? You said it was a 2-week course?
It starts with 2 weeks to get certified, and then throughout the years you'll get ongoing, education.
Right.
But yeah, it starts with 2 weeks. Yes.
So 2 weeks to start off with, and then you get continuing education and experience in that.
Of course. Yes.
And I guess by the time of this incident, you've been doing that for 10 years.
It's from you're talking about my crime scene experience.
Yeah.
It started in 1994 to 2022. So that's my math. 30 something years to 20 years.
Oh, that's a lot of experience. So I appreciate that. So with the bureau, from 2012, you've been with the bureau.
No, I've been in the San Antonio division since 2012. I've been an agent since 2004.
Right. Okay,
Yes.
that makes sense. And 10 years before that was with the DPS.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. That because the numbers weren't adding up.
Okay.
I get it. So you said one of the roles that you do, and well, you were an acting team leader at the time of this incident.
Yes, there's a team lead for every crime scene, right? So at that time, I was the acting team because our most senior team leader was gone.
All right. So that's a yes, right?
Yes.
So how many people were in your team?
Our office is pretty big, right? So we have a team up in Austin, we have a team out in McAllen,
Right.
and then we have a team in San Antonio. And so I can't even venture to I don't even know how many people are on the team.
Well, no, let me maybe the way I asked that was different. So how many people were on your team at this time?
During the initial response, if I remember correctly, and forgive me, this is 2022, there was probably around 8 to 10.
Yeah, an approximate number is okay. I'm not trying to tie you to
Yeah.
a specific number. Like, so it's not 200. It's 8 to 10 people are on your team.
About that time, yes.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll talk about it in time. But some of the search techniques you're talking about, doing line searches and stuff, that is, you need a lot of people to do that effectively.
Sure, the more people, the better.
The more people, the better, because it's detailed and it's intensive work, right?
It's detailed, yes.
Yeah. So there's 8 to 10 people around, right, in your team. You were supervising this team as an acting lead because the lead was out for whatever reason, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't matter what reason they're out for, but they were out. You were in charge for that time period.
We had other individuals come in from other offices to shore up the number of people that we had initially.
Right.
So in the beginning, the first day, it was a little tougher because we only had so many people.
Right.
But then we had people also come in from the valley, so that's a longer drive. So we had more people later.
So more
Yes.
people came to assist in your crime scene investigation later on.
Sure. Yes.
Right, okay. So I'm still trying to talk about your experience and your training right now. So you said that you did, you got some training and experience in crime scene reconstruction.
Yes.
Is that correct? Now, the jury's not heard any testimony about that. Do you use any scanners such as a Leica scan when you recreate crime scenes?
No, so you gotta understand when I first started, it was in 1994, right? So the technology was more basic back then. So a lot of it is just more rudimentary, right? When I was with DPS, that's when I got the bulk of my crime scene reconstruction training.
Right.
We were doing everything with just 1 or 2 or 3 people in the lab, right? Most of our crime scenes were done with just a few people. Now that I'm with the FBI, everything's more specialized. We have more people, more resources. And so there'll be somebody doing certain techniques, other people will do certain techniques. Back then, when I first got my crime scene reconstruction training, it wouldn't be strange for an analyst to go and do the photograph themselves, then do the evidence collection, then do the lab work, and then write the report, everything from beginning to end. But we don't do that anymore.
Okay.
I don't do that anymore.
No, I wasn't suggesting you do. I'm just talking about some of the techniques because my next question was based on whether or not you Leica trained. Was a Leica scan used in this case?
I don't think so. No, not by us.
Not by you.
We were asked to do one thing.
Yeah, and so what I want to do is explain what a Leica scan is. There is technology out there, and I understand your testimony to the jury is that when you did your training, the technology was a bit more, I think, and the techniques were a bit more rudimentary. Is
Yes.
that fair to say? And obviously now you know that
law enforcement has access to some devices, and one of them is called a Leica scan, which is a scanning tool that surveyors use, and they use it in construction, right?
We have surveying, so we did a total station scan.
Right.
And we also have scanning equipment that we have, and we did a total station of the whole scene.
Right, okay, so you did a scan in this case.
Yes, like a survey, a measurement.
So it's kind of like a Leica, it's slightly different. It would be, you're a mammogram. Sorry? Mammogram well. Sure. So a Leica scan would be, or a total station is something you put on a podium or a plinth or something like this thing here.
Yes.
An easel, it's not an easel, but you put it on something and it will scan an area, correct?
Yes.
And it will identify where things are.
Yes.
And it will note that. And then you put it into a computer system, and later on it will print something out, and it'll be a map showing where all the evidence is.
Correct.
And so it's a total scan was done in this case, right?
Total station, yes.
Total station, which is
similar.
It's not like Leica is probably like a brand name.
Yes.
It's the same sort of thing. And that is, it creates a document and it shows where things are after you've marked it, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So you did use that in this case.
Yes.
All right. Good. We'll talk about that in a minute. So one of the things you also spoke about is, I guess when you process a lot of these things, is you're looking for evidence of firearms.
Yes.
And ammunition.
Yes, correct.
And it sounds like in this case, well, in this case, you'd agree with me, your focus was mostly on spent ammunition.
That's correct.
Right. And documenting that.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Because I think you said something along the lines of you can glean, and this is where your previous experience comes in, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can glean a lot of evidence from a used cartridge, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that could be in your other focus previously, it would be DNA.
Sure.
Right? Not so much in this case because we know who shot that gun, right?
That's correct.
Right, because the person who did this was already dead by the time you came and investigated.
That's correct.
Right. So in this case, you weren't investigating a suspect as such.
That's correct.
You're just documenting the scene and for investigatory purposes.
Yes.
So in this case, it's slightly different to others where you're not worried about contamination as much because you're not worried about DNA being washed off of anything.
No, we weren't concerned about DNA.
No. And so that will change how you deal with things slightly, right?
Yes.
Because if you were concerned about DNA, which you weren't, right, hypothetically, there'd be more urgency to do this now, right? To collect it immediately or as fast as possible.
Well, we weren't under any time constraints, right? We still have to go through our process. Long range shot, medium range shot, close up shot, you mark it, you pick it up, you do another close up shot of it. So we weren't under any time constraints.
That's what I mean. So that's what I mean. You weren't under any time constraints because you didn't have the urgency to preserve DNA evidence as such as you would in other cases.
DNA is very stable. Depending on the environment, DNA could last a long time, right? Okay. So, but we didn't have that consideration in our mind.
Exactly. So you wouldn't, DNA is stable sometimes. It's funny, you'll hear different people testify to different things about DNA and how stable it is, but you wouldn't want to get it washed off of an object.
No, correct.
No. So anyway, so in this case, your role was to come and document the scene.
Yes, outside. Outside the school, not inside.
And as outside. Yeah, because where I'm going with thank you, Jason, with that is because the next day it rained. This happened on the 24th, the next day, or rained overnight, I should say.
I think it rained that evening. Yeah. Because we were in the middle of doing this, and I remember it raining. I think it was that evening.
We can look at it. I think one of the state's photographs I introduced, you can see this is some inclement weather. So normally that would inform how urgent you are with recovering stuff, but you were doing outside, right?
We were just doing the outside. That's correct.
And so the DNA thing, just despite the DNA thing, the shell casings can reveal other things. And you're a merit approach to the witness.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to use states very briefly. I think it's demonstrative 2 again. Bring this over. Because so I know you already explained that, and I think it states 19. What is it? Yeah, 19 is the shell casings, right? And these are the ones you recovered from the scene.
Correct.
Without going into the packets. And the shell casing, the jury's heard evidence about this before, is just the cartridge. That's the shell casing.
Yes.
Right. The projectile gets shot out of the barrel, and this cartridge is ejected out of the weapon.
That's correct.
Right. And I think the testimony earlier was that when a weapon recycles or a firearm is fired, the firing pin goes forward, strikes the primer.
Yes.
Right. Very fast burn. Some people call it explosion. Happens, and the projectile gets fired out the barrel.
Correct.
Right. Because of the action of the weapon, it recycles, and the bolt action of the rifle or the weapon brings its cartridge back and it gets ejected out of the weapon.
Correct.
But like you said, we know that with a long weapon, it's to the right-hand side.
Yes.
And how far that projectile or that spent casing could be thrown can depend on a couple of things.
Yes, like where it ends up could depend on a lot of different
Depends
things.
on a lot of things. And so, and what I'm saying is you can find evidence of, on this casing of tool mark. You're familiar with tool mark analysis, right?
Yes.
And so one of those things is the marking. Tool mark analysis, you'd agree, is the markings that are left on, in this instance, the casing by the metal inside that weapon.
Okay,
Right?
so roughly speaking, yes.
Without being too deep into the science.
Yes.
Roughly speaking. Because there will be, the firing pin will leave an individual characteristic.
Indentation on the primary. Yes.
Because each firing, it's like a fingerprint for a weapon. Kind of.
Not so much with the firing pin, but
totality.
Yes, yes.
Because the firing pin will some weapons they'll fire and strike in the same place, and also you'll find some markings that are similar on the cartridge from where the round is getting stripped and spent and shot out of the weapon by the ejector claw or pin.
You could, yes.
And that will, so depending on the configuration of that weapon is one of the factors when how far and where that spent cartridge goes, right?
Sure.
Right. And so I mean, like I said, there's lots of variables that can affect that, and I guess certain batches of ammunition can be different from others, right? And so,
Sure.
And that can affect how far a spent cartridge goes, right?
Yes.
But when it comes down to it, you testified that case location is mostly an educated guess. Would you agree with that?
Depending, yeah, because there's a lot of variables.
Yeah, because of the variables.
Yeah.
And I should say where the case comes to rest is mostly a guess.
It's like an approximation. It's kind of like an educated guess, right?
An educated guess. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what you said. I'm just using your testimony. You said you can guess how and where the shooter is.
Educated guess.
Educated. Well, I agree with you. An educated guess. And it would depend on lots of factors, like you said.
Sure.
If you're standing
My
on
Lord,
concrete,
have
the round gets
mercy.
expelled, the cartridge gets
It's
expelled,
whack
it's gonna-
again.
It can bounce.
It can bounce.
It can spin.
Sure.
And it will move.
Sure.
Right. And if you're firing on grass, maybe it will stand still. It will just drop and sit still.
Yes.
Maybe. Like, and it's a guess. But you'd agree with me that the grouping of where these rounds end up, when I say rounds, I should say casings. A specific grouping of casings on the ground or on the floor is an indication, the best indication we've got of where the shooter was at the time.
That's a good indicator because it's okay. Why are all these in the same kind of location?
And I think you said the shooter is around that radius. Is that correct?
Sure.
Right. So I want to talk to you about your work in this scene, if we can. So we've already said that you were the team lead, and I think you said when you first started doing this, did you say you had eight people assisting you?
I think around there.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll talk about the actual mechanics of your search in a second. But would it be fair to say that you go to a location, you speak to whoever's in charge, and they give you some parameters and instructions on what to search for?
Sure.
And you do a visual search.
Yes.
And then you'll do a physical search, right?
Yes.
And then while you're doing that, you flag. Is that correct?
Anything out of the ordinary, you would put a marker, you would flag it so you can come back to it later.
Yeah. And you know if I may move, Judge?
Yes.
So you'll and when you say you do a line search, you did a line search in this case, right?
Correct.
And so when you're doing it on concrete, would it be fair to say that someone is in the middle? That's probably the leader.
No, it could be anywhere.
All right, anyone. So you'll have a line, correct?
Yes.
And you'll stand line abreast, and you'll advance along a certain area.
Yes.
And I guess on concrete, you're probably standing.
Yes.
Right. And when you're moving onto grass, you're probably on your knees, right?
No, we're standing.
Standing all the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I've done that where you're kneeling. It's hard.
You can do that too, depending on the surface that you're dealing with.
Yeah, depending on, because on grass, things might not be as obvious as they are when you stand. Right?
Correct.
Especially if you've got bad eyesight. Right, so you do a line search. Okay, so you do a search. And so, when, like you said, you see something out of the ordinary. Here, you're looking for spent shells. You'll put like a flag down.
Yes.
Because and the reason I ask that is because there's we can see in the States evidence, there's little red flags.
Yes.
And then there's a number card placed next to some of them.
Yes.
Right. And so these are two separate processes, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So first you walk your area. And I believe, Judge, my approach again, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let me use the state's demonstrative so we can just confirm this. I think that you said that this is the, obviously we know what we're looking at here. You started your search over by this area here on the left.
That's fenced off.
Yeah.
So we actually started on the grass side of that.
On the inside of it.
Yes.
So your line search would be inside the fence area here. I'm indicating
Yes.
on the demonstrative. You're advancing across the grass area towards the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And so as you're going across there, you're putting red flags or whatever color they are. They're red in this case.
If you see something.
If you see something.
Yes.
Obviously, you wouldn't do it if you didn't see something.
That's correct.
So, and there's 8 of you doing that.
We started with 8, but we enlisted other people's help, whoever was standing around to help. So I don't know how many people really.
Yeah.
But we started with 8.
Yeah. I'm not trying to tie you down to a specific number.
I understand.
Because this is a big area, right? We can agree on that.
Sure.
That's a big scene.
No, that's correct. It was big.
So it's very detailed work.
Yes.
Right? So you walk slowly across here, anyone sees anything, they put a red flag.
Correct.
Okay, and then you've done that, advanced all the way to the building.
Mhm.
And once you've done that, you then place markers down on significant items.
When you're about to pick up the evidence, if it's something that you think is important. So the red flag just identifies what we need to look at again. The yellow marker with a number is our actual items that we're going to collect. So at the beginning, you could have something that has a red flag on it, but upon closer inspection, it might not mean anything to you.
Right, so you'll put a flag down to see that's something of interest.
Yes.
Then you'll go back and you'll put if you're going to take a photograph of it, preserve it, then you put the card down.
With a number.
With
yes.
a number. And they're the yellow things with the number, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. And so you do that, and then the next thing you do is you'll document it with photographs.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes.
And after having photographed the scene, you then will collect those items.
Yes.
Right. Because I wanted to. We should go to state 96 first. Can you go to 96 first, please?
Oh, he needs to know what exhibit number.
Right. I'll go. Sorry, Judge, can I approach? Sorry, just do that anyway.
No, go ahead.
So,
They're not marked on there.
yeah, I know. Okay. I'm going to put this map up again. So, having established how you're pressing on the look at after so what we can deduce from the scene, right? Okay. So, we're waiting for the first picture we're going to look at has been previously marked as State Exhibit 96. So while we wait for the photo to be put up on the screen,
Okay.
I'll show you what's been marked as State 96.
Yes.
Right, and so I'll show you. This is State 96. We'll show it on the screen in a second. So you want to make the witness come down and mark on the demonstrative where this is located?
Yeah, is that in evidence or not?
This is, yeah, so they're both evidence. This been admitted, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we doing a mark on the doc, on
No,
the chart?
to show. Can you
Okay.
show whereabouts on the diagram here, this is oriented.
Okay. So in this picture,
So wait till we get up. Okay. There you go. Right, okay. So we are, so that, you agree this is the southwest corner of the building, right?
yes.
And I think that what we can see on the photograph there are these are AC units, there, right?
Yes.
And they're big industrial ones, probably about 4 feet tall. Approximately.
I've seen bigger. Yes. That's pretty big. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And so what we can see in the photograph here, if I approach, that's what we know it is, are during your search and your line search, somebody has identified with red flags evidence that needs to be recovered, right?
Yes.
And then 3, 4, and 5 are the numbers that they're given, and they're probably projectiles, we'll see next. And then in a similar area, right?
Yes.
So in the background, we can see this thing that's been described as a pavilion, and we can see one police car. That's a police car. It's a white vehicle. You were there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But so if this, and again, we don't, depending on the weapon characteristics and the ammunition, we don't know how far away the person was who fired this, but it'd be fair to say that if these rounds found here, these cartridges found here, whoever fired them would be to the left of it somewhere, right?
Well, it depends on like where you shoot, right? Because here you see the round sitting there. What if the person was shooting that direction and the ejection goes this way? Well, you don't know. I can't tell what direction.
Well,
let's shoot it with that.
Let's talk about that then.
Yeah.
So for them to be here, right? The person would either have to be over here, to the left of it.
Can I stand up here?
Of course you can. If you judge it like that, sure.
Sure. So if you have around here, so the person could be pointing this way, or that way, or that way, or that way, as long as the ejection port, as long as this is to the side of it, right? So you can't tell just from looking at this what direction the person was facing. You understand what
I do. That's what I'm going to show you some more photographs. But so what my point was says, but I want to talk about that first. Right?
Okay.
So I agree with you. You're correct. So the person could be the person who fires these rounds could be standing to the left of these cartridges, right? That's a possibility.
Yes.
And as you pointed out, the person who fired those rounds could also be firing them in that direction up the side of the building.
Yes, I can't tell.
You can't tell. And they could, for them to be here, they could also be standing on here, firing them off into the distance that way.
Sure.
Right, that's possible. But this isn't the only photograph we took, right? So I want to look at some more. That's
Okay.
possible.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So look at 102 next, which is, I think, is a close-up version of that.
Go ahead.
Because Agent, one of the things, while we queue up the evidence, one of the things that we, one of the things that you testify to is this isn't an exact science, what we're talking about, the grouping of cases on the floor, right?
It's not exact.
It's not.
No.
So the best thing that you have is your educated guess.
Yes, if you look at it, you have to look at the whole scene.
Exactly. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but what I'm saying is your educated guess is informed by the characteristics of the weapon, right?
Mhm.
And the ammunition it's using, right?
Yes,
And also by the grouping of these cartridges on the floor.
that's part of it. Yes.
Yeah, and it's because, I mean, I guess someone could have, did you know if anyone testified this weapon?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Because, for example, it is possible, it does happen, right? You'd agree that sometimes these weapons that are found at scenes are test fired?
Yes, if you're going to do ballistics, you have to test fire the weapon.
For ballistic analysis, that's right. But in this case, it could be, if somebody wanted to get a more informed, educated guess, this weapon could be fired and the ejection of the cartridges could be measured, right? Based on this weapon, because the weapon has individual characteristics, right?
Yes.
And there's class and individual characteristics when we're talking about firearms toolmarks, right?
Yes.
Without going into that, an individual characteristic is this thing going from our approach, is where the ejector leaves a mark on the shell casing, right?
Yes.
So as this casing comes back, it will get ejected out of the weapon, whether it's a handgun or a long weapon, and the ejector will oftentimes leave the claw, or whatever you want to call it, will leave a mark on this, a tool mark on the shell.
It could.
It
Yes.
could, it could. Sometimes it does, and
Yeah.
people look at that. And that specific ejector claw or hook will influence the way the shells come out of that weapon.
It could.
Right. So one thing that could be done, but it wasn't done. You didn't do it, right? Because that wasn't your job.
Yeah, that's out of what I
know,
out of scope.
but it's outside the scope of what you were doing because you were looking at the scene and preserving that. But somebody could later on have testified the weapon in a controlled environment, similar to this one, maybe on concrete, to see how far and where the rounds were flying after the weapon had been ejected in the cartridge. And just a second. Yeah, and so which one is this? This is 102. Right, and this is 102. And Judge, may I approach the TV again? So this is a different angle, and I guess, Agent, here, just if I can orient you on this big map here, Agent over here, is, do you agree with me, we're looking at this area, kind of parallel to the south of the building?
Yes, along the AC units.
Yeah, and because we can see the AC units here.
Yes.
Right, we see the AC units here. We've got a flag, a red flag, if somebody's walked in places of interest, and a shell. The shell casing is number 6, right?
Correct.
So what somebody could be doing is that they can't be firing that way and around going to the left of them, right? That's not the way that firearm works.
No, the ejection port's on the right side.
Yeah. So either they're firing this way and it's going out to the right, is that right? Or they're somewhere to the left of this and it's being ejected to the right.
Well, you can't tell because somebody could be standing to the left of the shell and fire that way, or they could be standing to the.
They could be standing somewhere in this parking lot to the left of the right.
Yeah, looking at the shell itself, you can't tell what direction the person was shooting. You would have to look at the entire scene in total.
And you look at the groupings, right?
That's part of it. That goes into the equation, yes.
Because we weren't there, right? So we don't know.
Yes.
So all we can do is follow the evidential trail and make deductions from it.
Sure.
Right. Okay. So what we're seeing here is we're looking down this path, this pathway that goes around the south of the building. You agree with that?
Yes.
And here on the top left-hand side of the photograph, we see these AC units.
Yes.
Right. So it is possible that the person who fired this shot, this expended cartridge, was in this parking lot somewhere. Right.
That's a long ways worth to eject.
Well,
the parking lot is pretty far away from where that sidewalk is.
Remember what we said, but what is this thing here that's what is this made of here? This
That's concrete.
That's concrete.
Yes.
So if an expended cartridge bounces on grass, what do they do probably?
They'll probably stay in the grass.
If something lands on concrete, what's an ejected cartridge possibly going to do?
It could bounce, it could roll, or it could stay where it's at, depending.
It could bounce, it could roll, it could spin, right?
Sure.
It could keep traveling. Right?
Yes.
Look at 107. So what we're looking at now is states 112, sorry, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so just to orient ourselves on this, the map here, this is the same view as the last one, but further away, right?
Yeah, that helps, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a further back view, because you do like long range, medium range, then close, then super close, right?
Yes, it gives us a different perspective.
So this, I'm going to show you, I'll hand you the photograph here. You can see that there's multiple red flags with evidence being collected, right?
Yes.
Up here. So again, you'd agree this is kind of an indication this is a group of where the spent cases are?
Yes.
Right, and again, it's not an exact science where the weapon was fired, but it's an indication.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that these spent cartridges, well, how many did you see? One, probably 6, 7 in that photograph, right?
Yes.
Are all in a line just on the edge of this paved concrete parking lot.
Yes.
Do you agree with that? Right?
Yes, of course.
So one of the things that we can deduce from this photograph is, we're looking at this, is that the shooter could be to the left of that.
Sure.
We don't know how far because we haven't testified the weapon. We don't know anything about the power of the ammunition other than what rating it is. So it's possible on the left-hand side, right?
Correct.
So this would be consistent, or this could corroborate evidence that the person might be to the left-hand side of this SUV here, right?
I wouldn't say, I mean, there's somewhere, to me, it looks like they could be behind the SUV. I don't know if it's to the left of the SUV.
Yeah, okay, so they could be behind the SUV. So if you say the SUV is here, around here somewhere, right?
Sure.
Yeah. They could also be to the left, maybe, depending. If we, and again, like I said, we don't know, but if there had been, the weapon had been testified, we could have a better educated guess of where that round would have been fired from, right?
Sure.
Right. Yeah. And by the same token, well, it can't be based off this evidence, right? Where the shooter cannot be based upon where the breadcrumbs, if you like, of evidence are, the trail of evidence are, is to the right-hand side of these rounds. Because the cartridge, I'll give you more back, I'm sorry, gets ejected to the right,
Yeah.
correct?
So if you look at the totality of this, and the broken glass is over there, where the windows are broken and shot through, then chances are the shooter's on the left side because the rounds are getting ejected out the right of the weapon.
So let's talk about that for a second. That's interesting. So, and what you're alluding to is we'll look at a different photograph, but I want to pick up on that. I appreciate that, Andy. So when you're saying broken glass, you're talking about on this side of the building.
You look at the entire picture.
Yep.
And so in order to get a better picture of where these rounds could have been shot in what direction, if there's no bullet holes or bullet damage on the, like where the white car is, then you can generally assume that it's not being shot in that direction. But if you're looking at these bullets and you see the broken glass, then I'm not saying that that's exactly how it happened, but you kind of can deduce this could be the track that he was going towards the school, shooting at the school.
I appreciate that, Agent. We're going to talk about all of it. If I could just bring your attention back to the map here. So let's talk about that, because there was a lot that you just said then, right? And let's talk about it. It's important. So you said, I agree. We hear in law enforcement, we hear the phrase, or you hear the phrase in criminal investigations, totality of circumstances, right?
Sure.
And I agree. We've got to look at the totality of the evidence. And I agree with you.
Oh, yeah, my
The
camera
indication
went
is
out.
from your evidence is that, and the broken windows
Sorry.
that we saw in some of the other state exhibits, you can look
My
at those,
camera
if you're
just
able to
went
see
out.
those.
I'm
There are
still
broken
here.
windows on the west side of this building.
Yes.
That appear to have been shot out by a round, which is possibly by these spent cartridges, right?
Sure.
And that's all along this building. So I agree with you that this is more of an indication of rounds that have been shot into this building, right? What we're seeing on that physical evidence up there that's been admitted.
You can't say for sure, but the indication looks like that could be, yes.
And that's 112. States exhibit 112.
Is that 112?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And because like you said, there's no physical evidence that you found over here towards this area here, the pavilion of these vehicles, right?
Correct.
And because I wanted to talk to you about that next, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about. You said that you did you did several line searches, right?
Yes.
Because I guess that, is it the case that whoever is you, the team leader or someone else, devises a search plan?
Yes.
And you'll say, we're going to search from west to school first, right?
Yes.
With the boundary on here, and then maybe you'll break up another sector later.
Yes.
And then you'll define that search area, and then you'll keep breaking it up into sectors.
Yes.
And like I said, that's what it's kind of painstaking.
It is.
Because you have to walk slowly, maybe like that, looking at the ground, keep it in line with everyone.
Yes, correct.
So that nobody misses anything. If someone sees something, we stop.
Yes.
Someone gets flagged, you flag it.
Yes.
Okay, then we keep moving.
Yes.
You keep doing that. And in fact, I think the testimony was that you did it from something like Grove along Geraldine to the school, right?
Well, the fence line and the grass.
Got it. The fence line is here inside this culvert.
Yes.
The fence line here. But then you also did it from the south north, right?
Yes.
And you did it. Did you go left to right, south to north, and left to right?
We did so many directions and we did it multiple times because after you do a search, you think, okay, we just did a line search, but then somebody will walk by and go, oh, there's another round.
Yeah.
So now we have to do it again.
Right.
So we did it multiple times.
So you did it multiple times.
Yeah.
You did it multiple times, but you didn't find any evidence of any shells being fired over here to the south of the building.
No.
No evidence at all.
That we saw. No.
The only evidence that you found of any shells being fired or a weapon being fired was consistent with it being fired into that building, right?
When we looked at now when we were on the back side, so can I show the
Yes, sir.
okay, so if you take a look at the building where the windows were shot out, that's the west side. The east side of that building, there's some broken windows too. But when we went, we didn't see any shells, right? But we saw the bullet holes.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna put a different picture up so we can get a visual on that. Yeah. 86. Because that's important what you're saying, Adrian. I want to talk about that because you actually found some, Adrian, if I could bring your attention to this, you actually found a couple of non-spent cartridges, right? A round of ammunition in a couple of places around.
Yeah, we found that too.
You found two, right?
Two or three.
Two or three, and you, while we wait for the picture to come up, you agree that they appear to be different.
Correct.
Right. So these ones are all just the ones we've got here that you took photographs were just brass. They were brass coloured.
Yes.
And I think the ones there we go. We'll get this in a second. The other ones were a black jacket.
Only one of them was.
One of them was a black jacket. So
Yes.
it indicates slightly different ground, right?
Yes.
And can you show the jury again where you found that on the map?
Okay.
Judge, can you bring this first?
So item 14 was found around this area along the sidewalk.
Yep.
Item 15 was found around this part of the funeral home. There's
I don't know why.
It was found in the grass around this area.
Okay, I appreciate it. So, and these, which one? Do you remember which one was the black jacketed round?
I don't remember. I have to take a look, but
Well, one of them was different. That's fine. So, and I wanted to look at this approach to television again. So, because this is a better overview. This is so you were saying this is the west side of the building, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the building in question. And so it's would it be correct to say that where I'm indicating now is the east side?
Yes.
And so you found what would you describe it as a defect or just a broken window?
We thought there were bullet holes.
Bullet holes.
Yeah.
So it could be a couple of things right going on there,
Yeah.
because we don't know. But it could be with this kind of ammunition that what is consistent. I don't need to give you my back is that you said that this is the same parking lot we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you didn't find any evidence of any rounds being fired over here towards the south.
Yes.
But I don't need to give you my back. Right?
That's okay.
But it could be over penetration, a round being fired from the west coming out the east.
It could be. There's a hallway in between and doors and walls. So to me, I don't know if that would be, from this side.
It could be fired inside.
Or it could be, sure.
It could be that. I mean, we don't know, but that ammunition is certainly powerful enough to penetrate a building, right? If it goes through glass, it could certainly penetrate that whole building. Possibly.
Possibly.
We don't know, but it could certainly penetrate from inside out.
I didn't go into the building at that point.
Because you did outside, right?
Yes.
And I guess I haven't asked you yet, but you searched this courtyard area here, right?
Yes.
And you didn't find any evidence of any firing outside there.
We didn't know.
So when I say evidence of firing, I guess we'd be looking at like the spent casing again.
If I remember correctly, yes. No,
Yeah.
none of the cases. We saw bullet holes in the window.
Right. So one last question I want to ask you is after we spoke, you just I want to pick up what you said about there, about the rounds that have possibly been fired inside that building. Did you do any kind of trajectory analysis?
We didn't do trajectory, no.
You didn't? Because trajectory analysis would inform us to know by finding where the defect, so let's talk about a defect. A defect is where, or an apparent defect is the terminology that you would use to say this is apparently a hole or damage that could have come from a fired weapon, right?
Yeah, we didn't have access to the inside of the building, so that limited what we could do. And so we only looked for the evidence on the outside.
I know. What I'm saying is to fully inform us to say, hey, these holes in this window go to this hole somewhere else would be to do a trajectory analysis.
That would help.
It's kind of like wheel path analysis where you would, it's almost like geometry, finding where the hole is and you backtrack to see where the round could have been fired from.
Sure.
But that wasn't done.
I don't know.
Because that wasn't your remit.
No.
But what we do know is that there were no spent shell casings found on the south of that building, right?
Yeah, we didn't find anything on that side. Or I think the east and the south.
And you didn't find any in the field from the line search from the culvert inside the fence towards the building, right? Let's look at
No. So if you're talking about the field between
this one here,
Yes.
indicating here.
Yeah, no, we didn't find.
You didn't find any.
No.
No, you didn't find any on the way here. They were just focused on this parking lot, and you didn't find any on the south, right?
Correct.
Just to confirm.
Yes.
Thanks, Agent. I appreciate it. No further questions.
Agent, I don't know if I need to show you the picture. I will if I need to. Your testimony was, I believe, that exhibit number 6, casing number 6, seemed too far to be from the parking lot. There was one exhibit that you said that.
Looking at that perspective, I mean, I couldn't see the parking lot from that picture, but if you're looking at this perspective, I can see that, it could be. It's just a matter of perspective. I need to take a look at all the pictures together.
Maybe if you took a look back, can you tell us where exhibit 6 was on that photograph? About?
Somewhere around here, there's a metal plate in the sidewalk. And so here's the parking lot. The round was somewhere around here. If the person, if you're saying, if you're tying this to the broken window, because you got to look at the totality of everything. If you're thinking that maybe the guy was shooting here, or somebody was standing here for the round to be there, it's a little bit difficult.
Okay. May I approach her?
Sure.
So if, my understanding is you have casings along here all the way up to here, is that correct?
I think so, yes.
And I'm not talking about direction because you said we're not saying 1 through 6.
Yeah.
I'm saying from here all the way up to here somewhere.
Yes.
Is that correct? And those can be shot, and it helps you a little bit if you know where the bullet ends up, right?
Yes.
I mean, if I'm shooting this way, then if it objects right, the case will be.
Oh, object to leading judge.
Is that?
Sustain, to rephrase it.
Could you tell us how the impact a bullet has on an object helps you place where a casing is?
Yeah, it sort of gives you a line, right? Because in order to have a line, what do you need? 2 points, right? So if you have a point of impact and you have a casing, you can use that to approximate, hey, that's your 2 points to make a line. What direction was the shot being taken, okay?
And if a shot is being fired into an open field.
Yeah, that's a lot more difficult because now you don't know because you're not going to have an impact. So how do you know where the direction is where the shot's being taken? You only have the location of your casing. Where's your other point to see where it went?
So if we have impacts in the windows and we have casings along here, that can help you.
Yes, yes.
If you have casings here, does that tell you if the impacts in the windows came from those casings, or if those casings could be a result of firing into a field?
Well, you don't know, but your best guess would be that it was being shot into the window because you have a broken window.
If you have casings over here, would they explain the broken window?
Sure.
If they explain the broken window, then these casings could be fired into an open field.
They could.
And if you have impact over here, could that also tell you what direction it was shooting?
Sure, because now you have 2 points, right? You have your casing and you have an impact spot. 2 points can make a line.
But you didn't look for impact points, you looked for casings.
We were looking for casings. We didn't have much access to the school itself. So we tried to stay out of the Rangers' way. Texas Rangers were the lead agency.
So Brent, the Texas Rangers would be looking for impact along these other windows.
They had access to all the buildings.
Or other, I said windows, but I mean other buildings, parts of buildings. They would look for those.
They had access to the buildings. We were focused on the field and on the grass and outside.
Sure. And so casings plus impact would give you a better decision as to where those schools were going.
Sure.
And that sometimes takes not just your testimony, but somebody else's.
Sure.
That one and get rid of it.
And one thing though, about these 21 casings, can you tell us, does that indicate to you there's been 21 explosions?
Those are the casings we found.
That means a fired bullet, correct?
Mhm.
Which makes a sound.
Yes.
It alerts law enforcement.
So 21 casings means there were at least 21 shots, because there could have been more. I mean, if we didn't find it, then we don't have it, right?
Right.
But 21 casings means there was 21 shots at least.
And you've been around gunshots?
Sure.
Audible?
I'll be objecting, leading judge.
Are they audible?
Overall.
Yes.
Pass witness.
Well, mate, very briefly, Agent, just my approach. Yes, very briefly. So I think you said that, so we're looking at state 6, right? I think, well, we're not, we're looking at let's look at what we've got here. So your testimony is that your best guess is that these casings that were found to the southwest side of this parking lot here were fired into this building based on the evidence, right?
My best guess is that because there was a trail of casings, that the person was going that direction. Now, if you look at the whole scene, if you see impacts, then you gotta say, okay, where am I going to attribute that to? Where can I attribute it to? What are the possibilities, right? And so that could be a possibility, yes.
Because you're just one piece of this whole part. Like as Turner said, your testimony is going to, the jury's going to put it together with others. Because we know that unfortunately, eventually the shooter enters this doorway here. You know that, right?
I'll learn that later, yes.
Yeah. So you know that?
Yes.
So it's possible this person is traveling, shooting these windows before he enters through that door, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so we talked about, the prosecutor talked to you about this walkway here, right? Do you know the distance between, roughly, let me to give you my back, Adrian, between the end of the building and that walkway?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, we did, no. Give me an estimate.
Looking at that, okay, if you take a look at the length of the cars are probably about 15, 20 feet, depending on so maybe about, how far to where?
In the building, this walkway here.
Okay, so it's about the length of a car, maybe about 10, 15, 12 feet, something like that.
Okay, all right. And so I wanted to pick up on something different. I can do it from here. So the process, hypothetically, right, the prosecutor was saying, because you didn't have access to the buildings, right?
No.
This is
So you
taking
didn't have any
forever,
access to the
dude.
buildings. The prosecutor talked about, rounds went over here, right?
Yeah, good, yes.
I think he pointed to it off the screen. I think that's what he did. So to know, let's pretend for a minute there was around the way from here. Without doing a trajectory analysis, I guess, that could have come from here, could have come from here. We just don't know, right?
Yeah.
Because, like we said, the best guess is that from your evidentiary examination of the scene and the clues that were left behind is that these rounds fired into this building.
It could have been, yes.
And we also know you didn't find any evidence of shots being fired on the east side of the building, right?
That's correct.
But you found evidence of bullet holes either exiting or entering these windows here on the east, right?
There were bullet holes in the windows, yes.
In the windows. So you don't know if they're coming in or out from the building, right?
That's correct.
But what we do know is you didn't find any evidence of shots being fired in.
That's correct.
So we could possibly deduce from that shots are being fired out, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if rounds are being fired from inside this building, they could be going anywhere, right?
Sure, I was not in the building.
All right. My approach again, Jeff. So my last question to you is, so on this overview, we can agree that, roughly speaking, most of the shell cases are found along this border of the parking lot.
I don't remember if it's most, because there were quite a few along the windows.
Yeah, you're right. They're right. There were quite a few under these windows.
Yes.
Because you probably didn't recover everything that was fired because you did outside, right?
We recovered whatever casings we found on the outsides. We recovered.
And a lot of them were close up to the building.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
And there was, roughly speaking, a group of casings on the south end of this parking lot.
Yeah, so out of the 21, I think there were about 6 or 7 from there, somewhere around there.
I'll take that. That's,
Yeah.
that's fair enough. Yeah. So what we do know is that the person, that your best guess is they're fired into this building here.
Well, based on the broken windows, but that's, I don't have any more information than what I saw there.
Any spent cartridges to the right of this parking lot, did you? Further down to the south?
No, I don't think we found anything further south.
We found nothing further south of this. Nothing further south of this at all.
I don't think so.
Right. So the cartridges that are found in this parking lot cannot be the result of someone firing that way further south, right? Because that's not.
Can you rephrase that?
So this is where your 6 or 7, I think you said,
yes,
spent cartridges were found in a rough group down here.
Correct.
And a rough group is going to give you an indication of where the shooter was, right?
Yes.
And it's generally to the right hand side of where the shooter was.
Generally, yes.
Generally the shells are generally to the right hand side where the shooter was.
Yes.
Right? So if the shells are here, and your best guess is that they've been fired into these windows because of the defects and the holes in the windows,
sure,
right? Then those shells can't be the result of someone firing further to the right, because you would have found shell casings further to the right, correct?
So
further south.
I can't tell where all of the shots went. Correct, right? I can't tell that. But I don't even know how many bullet holes went into the window, right? So out of those 7 shots, I can't give you a number of how many were shot towards the window, or I can't rule out either if any were shot out. All I can say is we saw casings and we saw broken windows. So you have to be limited to what you can say, right? I can't just make the leap and say, well, there were 3 shot this way and 3 shot that way, and I don't know. So we have to be measured a little bit in what we can say. So we have the grouping of casings, and we have broken windows.
I respect that.
Basically, that's about what we can say with what my role was.
Oh,
I was not able to see inside the building, to go inside the building and see, okay, let's count how many impacts hit the wall, right? So I don't know.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I'm kind of asking for a yes or no question. You
Yeah.
understand that, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So you said a lot there, so I'm going to ask you some more questions. Right?
Sure.
So it's yes or no, right? Okay. Your evidence you collected, in your professional opinion, it looks like there's somewhat a group of spent cartridges at the bottom and the south end of this parking lot. Right?
Yes.
That's a yes. And so your best guess based on this evidence is that those rounds were fired into these buildings.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
I was like, because maybe it's me. I wasn't asking you where the rounds went.
Okay.
I wasn't asking that. I was asking where the cartridges landed. Because we can agree that when someone fires a weapon, it's a right-handed weapon. In this case, right, I mean to point you, the shell casing gets ejected to the right-hand side.
Yes.
Right. So if somebody's firing a weapon, let's say down here, to the south here, it's most likely, based on physics and what we know about firearms, that the cartridge is going to get ejected to the right-hand side to where I'm standing, somewhere around there.
Yeah, because the ejection port's on the right.
Because the ejection port's on the right, and the ejector claw's on the right, and it pings the cartridge out. So you'd have found, if somebody was standing here, let's say where I'm indicating here to the south of the building, we would expect to find evidence to the right-hand side of it, further south. Maybe.
Yeah, could be.
And you did it.
Correct.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Anything else? Yes, sir, please. I'd like to focus on just one cartridge casing.
Okay.
The one you found the farthest north.
The one on the sidewalk?
Over by the parking lot.
Yes.
I think it's number 6, okay? Would you turn to, it'll be slide 19.
What exhibit is that?
19?
Slide 19 or exhibit 19?
Slide 19.
It's in evidence. It's in evidence.
Huh?
It's in evidence. Which one? What exhibit is it?
I'm sorry.
What exhibit number?
What are we doing?
102.
Okay.
And slide 19 shows the casing, correct?
Number 6. I have number 6.
Casing number 6,
Yeah.
correct?
And I believe the defense has been saying, if you have a right ejecting weapon, then you have to be to the left and forward, in general terms of that, correct?
Depends on where the person's shooting.
If they're shooting this direction,
Mhm.
then they would have to be further up and to the left. If the ejection goes over your right shoulder, as he was speaking.
It doesn't go over your right shoulder. It goes out to the right.
Okay.
If you're holding a gun like this, your ejection port's right here to the right. So now it doesn't go backwards behind your shoulder, over your shoulder, right? It just goes to the side.
And they all go exactly perpendicular.
Well, it could be like, I wouldn't say exactly perpendicular, but generally speaking, out to the right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you're shooting straight down this line, it would be straight to the right.
Mhm.
If you were shooting further to the right, then it would be going further back, right?
Well,
Okay, let's do it this way.
All right.
Let's do it this way. There's a casing here.
Okay.
Can it land here if I'm shooting this direction?
Sure.
Can it land there if I'm shooting this direction?
Sure.
Can it land here if I'm shooting this direction?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And if there's no buildings in this direction, there's no way to tell if we're shooting that direction.
That's correct.
And if there is a defect on a building here, that tells us it could be where you're shooting.
Yes.
And if there's defects here, you could be shooting there.
Yes.
Which do you pick?
You just, I mean, you don't know. You can't say.
Could witnesses out?
Yes. Just from that, you can't tell, but when the totality, right? We both sides talk about it.
So we
The
want to,
totality of it.
we want to listen to witnesses.
Yes.
They can tell us where somebody's standing.
Sure.
That's what.
One question for later. May I approach?
Yeah.
So, let's shoot questions as well. There's a shell case in there, and I'm pointing that way, right? And the weapon ejects on the right hand side. Right? The shell case is out. I can't be pointing that way, can I? The shell casing's there.
Not if that shell casing came from that shot that you took from there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, because there's no evidence on the south side of the building, we can deduce from that that no one was firing south of the building in that direction, possibly.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Pass the witness.
One last question. That's where the casing originally lands. Does foot traffic affect that?
If the foot traffic hits it, yes.
And was there foot traffic at Robb Elementary on May 24th, 2022?
Oh, it was kind of crazy. Yes.
Hundreds of officers.
There was quite a few. I've never seen that many before at one time. Yes.
And you don't get to cordon off the crime scene until after the crime's over.
That's correct.
So for as long as hours, there can be foot traffic from a number of officers.
I wouldn't say hours because we got there kind of quick. Like an hour. It took us an hour and 15 to get there to mobilize. I guess hours means more than 2. Yes. It could be. Could be.
A couple of hours. That's fair enough. I'm not trying to stretch it. I just want to. Okay. Pass the witness.
Mm-hmm.
May approach the diagram first, if I may, very briefly. There's a lot of foot traffic. We know there's 374 officers there at some point, right?
There was quite a few, yes.
And there's lots of emergency responders, lots of people on the scene.
That's correct.
Right. So the prosecutor's talking about one shell casing. Lined up like tires.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, fuck off.
Recall the
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off.
Okay, sir, you're not subject to recall. The rule has been invoked in this case, so please don't talk about it until you know the trial's over with.
Thank you, sir.
Your next one is
State calls Lynn Deming.
All right, go to sleep. Thanks for coming in, Az. Have a good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the dingoes bite.
Second, would you raise your right hand for me, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence and testimony you're giving this call to be the truth, so help you God. You have a seat over here. Make the microphone comfortable for you and speak up so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Deming. I said your name, but please state your full name for the record.
Lynn Deming,
And Ms. Deming, where are you currently employed?
Flores Legacy Elementary.
Okay, and what is your job position?
I'm a STEM teacher, 3 through 5th grade.
And what is Legacy?
It's the new campus, formerly Robb, so it's the new campus.
For which school district?
Uvalde, CISD.
Okay. In May of 2022, where were you employed?
Robb Elementary as a 4th grade teacher.
And what camp? You said Robb Elementary. Okay. And how long had you been working at Robb Elementary?
At that time, I think 6 years,
Okay. And what grades were you teaching?
4th grade,
And how long had you been an employee of the Uvalde Independent School District?
6 years.
What was your room number at the time of May of 2022?
104.
Okay. And I'm going to, Judge, may the witness get up and approach the board?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to show the jury on this board. This is a map of Robb Elementary. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you show the jury where on this map is the 4th grade building?
Yes.
Okay. And where on this building on this map was your classroom?
Somewhere in this area.
Okay. Sounds good. You can have a seat. And again, what was that classroom number?
104.
104. Now, have you received training as to lockdown procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury and for the record what those procedures were in May of 2022 for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Lights lock out of sight. So you lock lights out of sight. Sorry. So you lock your door, be sure your door's locked. You turn your lights off and cover your windows and you hide.
Okay. And who provided that training to you?
I'm admin, I'm sure. I don't necessarily remember exactly.
And was that the training, the same training that was provided to the students?
Yes.
Okay. And how often did you receive that training? Was it once a year, twice a year?
We had to do lockdown drills. I don't know how many times that's required.
Okay. So with regard to those lockdown trainings, you said lights out, lockdown and what are the kids specifically trained to do?
Hide and get quiet. So depending on where your room was, depending on where you wanted your kids to hide and just get quiet.
Okay. Now you told us where your room was. Can you explain to the jury when you walked into your classroom, what do we see? Where was your desk? Where were the windows? Things like that.
Directly walking into my classroom to the right, there was a long desk that was connected to the wall. And then my desk was at the corner, sort of in front of that, but it was long. Across directly when you walked in was a wall of 2 windows, basically, and I had bookshelves there. And then my students sat pretty much in dead center of the classroom.
Okay. Did you have covers on the windows?
There were blinds on the window. I usually kept them open just to get sunlight.
Okay. I'm going to take you back now to May 24th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
What were your normal work hours on that day?
Just a regular school day, so 7:30 to 4.
Okay. And on that day, was there something specific going on, something special going on for the day?
The award ceremony was that day.
Okay. And what time was your award ceremony?
I don't remember specifically. It was before lunch.
Okay. And after the award ceremony, what did y'all do?
We went back to the classroom. It was sort of a lot of students leave during award ceremony, after award ceremony. So you kind of just have sort of a fun day. I had set up stations for my students. So some of them were playing Legos. There were board games. We used Minecraft to do math things. So I had some students playing Minecraft. And then I had like an art station where they could paint or draw.
Okay. Did y'all have plans to go outside?
We were going to go to recess about 10 minutes early. I had a student that left half a day. He only stayed at school half a day. So we were going to wait until he went and then go to recess about 10 minutes early.
Okay. And about approximately what time did you get your kids ready to go outside?
Probably around 11:20, somewhere in that vicinity. I don't know exactly.
And what were your instructions to your students regarding going outside?
They were going to line up and we were going to walk, just out to the playground where we normally went.
Okay. And you were taking all the students at the same time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, once you get them ready to go outside and they're starting to go outside, what happened?
We were walking out of the building and one of my students said she left her water bottle in the classroom. So I just sort of opened the door and put my foot in front of the door and I said, just run in and get your water bottle. It's okay. And I told the students just to keep walking out the door.
Okay. And what direction were your kids walking?
The door closest to me. So I'm sorry, I'm not very good directionally.
Is it
directionally.
the door at the bottom,
Yes.
the south end?
Yes, closest, like if we were going to the pavilion.
Okay. And again, we're looking at the board. The pavilion is on the south end. So
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying that
We went out the south door. Yes.
South door. Your kids would have come out the south door and gone to that area. Okay. So what happened after you're holding the door open for the one student who forgot a water bottle?
One of my students opened the door to go out the south side, and they said that the coach is yelling. And I said, why? And they said, I don't know. And then, I'm sorry, I heard what sounded like fireworks. And I told the kids, come back inside. My foot was still on the door. And I said, get in the classroom and hide.
So what's going through your mind right now? You've heard that the kids have said the coach told them to get back in. You hear firecrackers. What's going through your mind?
I honestly wasn't sure, but I just thought it was something bad.
Okay. And because it's something bad, what do you go to?
Lockdown.
You immediately go to lockdown, and that's your training.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So explain to the jury what if you go to lockdown, you tell your kids to get in. Tell us what you did next.
I was going to close my blinds. My lights were already off because we were going to recess, and I heard the classroom next door was kind of loud. They didn't know anything, and so I opened the adjoining doors between me and the classroom next door, and I said, "Be quiet and get down." And I closed the door and then went to the blind to close the blinds.
When you went to the blinds to close the blinds, did you look outside that window?
No, I did not.
Okay. So did you get the blinds closed?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I went. I turned around to get with the kids basically, and shots went through the window, and a piece of shrapnel or debris or something hit me, and I fell or jumped. I don't know what I did. I lost my glasses, and then I was worried. I'm sorry. I thought I put the kids in the worst place.
Explain to the jury what you mean by that.
Because he was shooting through the window, and the kids were directly across, and I thought I made the worst mistake I had ever made.
Okay. So what did you do then?
I crawled over to the kids, and I just started asking them, "Are y'all okay? Are y'all okay?" My ears were kind of ringing because the shots that went through the window. And one of my students said, "You were shot," and I said, "No, I'm fine. Are y'all okay?" And then I just kind of crawled in between the kids, and I thought I needed to block them from the window, so I, as quiet as I could, turned a desk to kind of block them, which is sort of stupid because what's that going to do?
Well, let's go back to them telling you were shot. Did you know you were shot?
Not. I think I was sort of in shock, so not necessarily. I knew I wasn't shot. It was like debris or something.
Like shrapnel?
Yeah.
How did they know you were shot?
My shirt had a hole and I had blood on me.
So your students see you with the hole in your shirt and with blood on you. Okay. So now they're under the counter.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're positioning yourself between them. And what's the reason for that?
I wanted to block them.
Okay. And what were your students doing now?
They were just being scared, obviously, but just so quiet.
Did you at any point see the shooter walking outside the building?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you see shots coming through the windows? Where were those shots going to?
I couldn't tell. Once he shot in the window was completely like blown, like just shattered, right? And it was like, I thought at the time it was smoke, but it was like very hazy in the classroom. And I didn't have my glasses, so because I had lost them, so which doesn't help.
Did you feel like the shots were coming from the ceiling or coming from up top?
Not at that point, no.
Okay. Did you at some point later think that?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you think that?
Because you could see ceiling tile like on the ground.
Okay. So again, you're in the room. You're trying to position yourself between the windows and your students. And what do you hear during this time?
I heard a couple shots on the outside of the building. It sounded like hammering on the building, and then I heard shooting in the hallway.
Okay. And were you trying to think of a possible escape or something that you could do?
At some point I looked at the window because it was just shattered, but somebody shot when we were walking out of the building. Then somebody shot through the window, and then I heard shooting in the hallway. So I thought it was more than one person. And I thought our only sort of savior was that he shot through the window and my kids were so quiet, they wouldn't know we were in there. So I thought if we just stayed quiet, they would think we weren't in there.
So as you were shot and you had shrapnel, you're trying to think of a plan and you're thinking of possible scenarios, shooting here, shooting there, shooting there, what's my best plan? Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you're thinking all this is going through your mind, what are you telling your students?
I was just telling them to pray. I told them I love them. And I just kept saying, like babies, I love you. Just pray, I love you.
Okay.
I wanted to tell them it would be okay, but I wasn't sure. And I just wanted the last thing they heard was that somebody loved them. So I think I said it a million times. I just kept saying, I love you.
Okay. At some point, did you think about your own children?
Yes. I messaged my husband and I said, somebody's shooting outside the window. I love you. I'm sorry. Tell the kids I'm sorry.
Explain to the jury why you felt that you had to say you were sorry to your own children.
I thought if I didn't make it, that my kids would just always think I chose my job over them.
Your job being what?
Teaching.
And protecting those students that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you eventually get out of your room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who got you out? Do you remember?
I don't necessarily remember. They looked through the window because it was, like shot out. And they had, I think just a short sleeve shirt and like a vest,
Okay.
And they asked, is anybody in here? And one of my students said something and I was scared because I didn't know who it was. And I said, shh. And then they kind of peeked around and said, is anybody in here? And I said, yes. And so I just started lifting kids out of the window, and the people on the other side, I don't know if it was officers or border patrol or who, but would help me pull the kids through the window.
Okay. Now, Ms. Stemming, you said you're still teaching.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
grade? You said for the 2021, 2022, you taught fourth grade.
Yes, ma'am.
For the 2022, 2023 school year, what grade did you teach?
I moved campuses. I wanted to stay with the students. I wanted to move directly to fifth grade, but they didn't have a position. So I moved to sixth grade, but I got to be on the campus with my students.
And that was intentional?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the 2023, 2024 school year, what grade did you teach?
I taught fifth grade.
And again, that was?
I got to be with the students. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to your students in that classroom on May 24th of 2022, what is your opinion of those students that were there with you?
They are the strongest, bravest people on this earth, on this whole earth.
And why is that?
They were just so brave. They did everything perfect that day. And I just am so thankful I got to be a tiny part of their life.
Pass the witness.
Please. Ms. Deming, is that Deming?
Yes, sir.
Could you please spell it?
DEMING.
Thank you. And the only reason I ask you that is because, you probably know there's been a lot of reports generated and written about this. And they kind of consistently spelled your name as Daring in the
Yes.
reports. Is that common or is that a maiden name?
I am that or Deming with 2 M's. So yeah, it's pretty common.
Sure. Because I guess one M may look like 2 R's.
Yeah.
Well, my name's Jason Goss and I represent Adrian. And, have you ever testified before?
Not like this. No, sir.
Sure. And, a lot of people may expect that when it comes over here that we're going to be mean to you or disrespectful. And I just want you to know we're not. Honestly, what you did with those kids, I admire it. And you said you were lucky to be a part of their lives. I think that they were lucky to have you, right? Because, and I want to start with that training. The training that you're talking about, that's a training that's given to teachers and given to students to say, look, if something like this ever happens, you get in a room, you turn off all the lights, you be quiet, try to block the door like you were, as best that you could. And really try to make it seem like nobody's in the room, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, that's kind of what you were saying too. You're like, at the time that you think multiple people are coming in, you're saying, please, just hopefully they think.
Right? That's gotta be hard.
And those trainings, and it's important. I think the reason that they have that is because it's been shown that it can save lives. Because potential shooters or people wishing to do you and the children harm will pass you up, right? And so, one of the things you said, because you can't imagine how hard it would have been for your kids to stay that quiet for that long with that going on, right?
They
Sir.
did.
Yes, sir.
So as far as that training though, I think the prosecutor asked you who gave the training and you said you thought it was like administration or the school. Were these civilians or were these people in like police officers that gave the training?
There, I honestly, I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you ever remember, because I'm sure you've had a few of them, do you ever remember just in any of these kind of trainings, police officers being present at the trainings, or is it typically like school administrators or principals or vice principals or other people who come in as, you know, I guess?
Sometimes campus police might be there, but I want to say normally it's just our administration.
Sure. And and at Robb Elementary at the time that you were working there, you were aware, and we've heard from others, but you were aware that there was not a police officer actually assigned to that campus.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess the way that they handled Robb, as far as the school district did, is that there would be police officers assigned to the high school, and then they would come, I guess, periodically at some times to check up on the elementary school. Is that how you understood it?
I only remember one officer ever coming to our campus.
Okay.
Not necessarily one time, but I only
Sure.
remember one ever coming, you know, sporadically.
Sure. And for whatever funding or whatever else, it's we don't necessarily know why, but the part of, because you were there for a few years, 6 years.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, sure, 5 or 6. Was ever part of it when the officer would come? Was there ever any situation as a teacher where other teachers would get not in trouble
These
necessarily, but
questions
reprimanded
are
for,
weird.
not having their doors locked? Do you remember any kind of time that had occurred?
I never did. If another teacher did, I wouldn't know.
Right. Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting that you had been, but I guess the idea would be that, you know, maybe was there ever a situation where teachers would text each other saying, hey, the police officer's going to come, make sure everybody's door's locked or anything like that? Did you ever get any communication?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you ever aware of the school issuing magnets that teachers would put on the door that would defeat the, like basically so the door wouldn't lock? It's like a magnet that'll go over the metal part of the plate, and then the door wouldn't be able to be locked.
I don't remember the school issuing magnets. I know some teachers had magnets, but I don't necessarily remember the school giving us magnets.
Right. Okay. And you yourself were never handed like a magnet?
No, sir.
Said, Ms. Deming, go, you know, use this when you don't want to lock the door.
No, sir.
What about when you had substitutes or something? Was that when magnets were commonly used because they didn't have keys?
I didn't really have subs. I was one of those teachers.
It should be on
So
them.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
on
honestly
the
not sure.
fucking gunman.
No,
Fuck
that's
this
fair.
dumb
I
shit.
appreciate you answering. The coach, I guess you said that as you were taking your kids out to recess, that the coach would, one of your students informed you that a coach was yelling.
Yes, sir.
Do you know which coach that was yelling?
At the time, they just said coach, so I thought Coach Gonzales, but I do not know which coach was yelling.
And I guess, did you ever, because this I picked, Yana, can I get the well for a second?
Yes.
Thank you. I pictured it kind of like you're going out, you guys are going out, you're trying to lead your class out of that door there.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I picture it like you're going to lead them out. One kid leaves a water bottle. And so now you're going, okay, you go
Yes.
here and you go here.
Yes, sir.
And you're kind of in the hallway. One comes back in and says, hey, coach is yelling. Did you ever make it out to see like what was happening? So
No,
you kind of stayed in that middle ground right
Yes,
there
sir.
between the student going back and the students going out.
Yes, sir.
And then told them all, get back in here. Okay. When you heard what you thought sounded like fireworks.
Yes, sir.
I guess one of the things that you said was that I guess y'all were planning on doing recess a little early.
Yes, sir.
Was there any reason for that?
It was just fun.
Yeah. A cool teacher
was
brings
just-
the kid out to recess early, but like I know we've heard other testimony than you said yourself. It was a special day. And did any of your kids go home after the ceremony, or did they all stay with you?
I had about 4 students that went home after the ceremony.
And was that been a typical and common thing?
No, most of my kids wanted to stay with me. A lot of classes had way less students.
After listening to your testimony, I can understand why. But I guess the idea is, did you know that it was common maybe for, I guess in your school at the time, was it just generally known that, hey, after awards, your parents want to take you to go eat pizza and go to Chuck E. Cheese or whatever, that you can do that?
What does it matter?
We're not counting you absent and we're not.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in these kind of special end of the year days like that, there may have been less kids at the school, thankfully, for that
Yes, sir.
reason.
Yes, sir.
But that would have been an everyday thing. Parents can't pick them up half day.
No, sir.
Right. Okay. So would you agree? So I don't know. I mean, you were obviously going through, one of the most traumatic things anybody can go through, right, at the time. So I don't know if you know what this looked like, but when you had the lights out and when you had your students down and when they were all being very quiet and very brave, would you agree that it would appear as if your classroom was empty?
I thought, yes, sir.
Right, because that was the purpose, is to make it look like nobody's in there. You said when they finally got you out, they get you out to the windows in the back.
Yes, sir.
And you and the students, and you're helping bring down the students. And those were officers that were helping you guys get out, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know at the time that the monster who had hurt the kids in 111 and 112 was dead?
No, I did not.
Did you know if he was alive?
No.
Okay, so did the officers who were getting you out have a sense of urgency about getting you to safety and the children?
They pulled us through the window and said, run.
Right. Suggesting that the threat is not over.
Exactly.
And so even though you may not know for sure, all the clues around it told you that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so you, I'm sure, and felt that you and the children were still in danger, and everybody around you were still in potential danger from whatever was going on.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you know that one of those officers pulling the kids out of the windows over there was Adrian?
I didn't remember anybody. I mean, I knew people were pulling us out. I did not know who it was.
Right. And so you would agree that those officers that were doing that in your room and the rooms next to it, because the other rooms were getting pulled out too, right? Like down that row, they're pulling the kids out and the teachers who were in those rooms.
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree that those officers were doing a good thing.
I was thankful.
Right. And Adrian, as part of those officers, would have been doing a good thing trying to evacuate the kids and the teachers out from further danger.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it.
No other questions, Your Honor?
Recall.
No recall from the state.
Oh, Judge, no, we don't. You're subject to recall.
You're excused. Thank you very much. Not subject to recall. Okay. Your next one.
The state calls Nicole Osborne.
I'm trying not to make it your fault, but I'm making it your fault.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Would you come on up to the bench, please? Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony given in the cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right. Here's our witness stand over here. Make yourself comfortable and adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Nicole Ogburn.
Ms. Osborne, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Uvalde CISD.
And what is your current job position?
Right now, I am a resource teacher.
In May of 2022, where were you employed?
I was employed with Uvalde CISD.
And what was your job position in May of 2022?
I was a co-teacher.
And what does that mean, a co-teacher?
You have a general education teacher and a special education teacher in a classroom. So I was the SPED teacher that was in the classroom in 102.
And who did you co-teach with?
Mrs. Alvarado.
Okay. And what campus did you work at?
Robb Elementary.
And how long had you been working at Robb Elementary as of May of 2022?
About 8 years.
And what grade were you teaching at the time?
4th grade.
Now, what room number was your room?
It was room 102.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pointer, and if you would come. May the witness get up, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Ogburn, I'm going to give you this pointer. I'm going to ask you, here we have a board that's been introduced into evidence as an aerial view of Robb Elementary. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and here we have the campus right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you this pointer, and if you would show the jury where your classroom was, 102.
102 is right here in this corner.
That corner, the
Yes,
south end.
The south end, yes.
Of the building. Okay, thank you. Now, did you begin the year at Rob in the 2021-2022 school year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the jury and for the record, the record from the court, can you explain to the jury what is a lockdown procedure?
Lockdown procedure was lights out, windows covered, and you hide in a corner that cannot be you can't be seen from the window that's at the door.
Okay. And you had received this training as a teacher for the Uvalde Independent School District?
It was spoken to us about, like, every year they kind of briefly go over what the procedures were, but it had always been check your window, turn your lights off, make sure your door's locked, and hide in a corner that is not visible to the windows.
And is that the same training that the students received?
Yes.
Okay. And how often were you trained on this? You said they mentioned it, or?
Well, we did a training for teachers. Usually they would mention it during our PD days before school started. And then throughout the year, we'd have lockdown drills and fire drills and all, practice all the drills that we had.
And who would provide the training to the students?
Usually it was just our staff at Rob that would go back over it, or actually us that would train. I'm sorry, didn't realize you said students, but usually us. So we would, before a lockdown practice drill, we would tell them, okay, we're going to have a lockdown practice drill. This is what we're going to do. Myself and Miss Alvarado, I remember talking to him about it, and we were like, we were just going to shut the window, the shade on the window that we had. We are going to turn off lights, and y'all are to file over here into the corner by Miss Alvarado's desk.
Okay, now you said in the corner. Let's go back a little bit. Can you explain to the jury, when you walk into your classroom, what was the layout? What would you see?
So when you walked in our door, you walked in on the left side. We had a cubby kind of blocking, so you couldn't see. There was not a line of sight to that area over there. And then you walk and you turn to the left of that bookcase or cubbies, and there was a built-in cabinets on top and like a built-in desk all the way across. And Miss Alvarado's desk was in the opposite corner of where the entrance was to the door.
Okay, and your desk?
My desk was right in front of the door, but in the opposite corner.
Okay. And going back to the lockdown procedure, you said you would tell the kids, this is what we're going to do, and how you would be in a lockdown, and what would you be doing? What would you be waiting for?
We'd wait in the corner. The kids would get quiet, stay quiet. And during a drill, it was just wait for somebody to come back on the intercom and say, all clear, all clear.
Okay. And in the event that it wasn't a drill, what would you wait for?
They told us to wait until law enforcement comes and announces themselves before you leave your room.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your hours that day?
We worked from 7:30 to 3:30, usually or 4. And then that day was kind of an off day because we had, award ceremonies and things. So we didn't have like a schedule of classes that day. It was just do your award ceremony, and the kids, we kind of had a very relaxing day that was going to happen.
Okay. And what time was your award ceremony?
I don't recall exact time, but it was close. We got back to the room closer to like 11, a little bit after 11.
Okay. And what were y'all going to do once you got back to the classroom from the award ceremony? What was the plan?
For us, it was the kids were going to relax. We were going to put a movie on. We were allowing them to go in and out to go to the bathroom because we had been in the wards and they were excited. And so
So
we told the kids that we would
I'm
go
going to end
outside
it
a
here
little bit earlier
because
than
I
we
do have
normally
to
did.
go.
We usually went
Oh my
outside about
gosh, shush.
12:15.
Okay, so we watch her. I'll just remember that it's red shirt tomorrow, and so we'll watch the end of this part and the end of today, and then tomorrow. But I have to go, so I'm gonna stop it here. I appreciate everybody coming by, hitting the like, share the live, all that great stuff. But I need to go. So everybody, hope you have a blessed night. Take care of yourselves, and let the ones you love and care about know that you love and care about them, because tomorrow's not promised, and it's about the ones we love. It's about the ones we love. All right. I am out of here. Everybody have a blessed day. Bye.